This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never told this story publicly before. For years, I've tried to rationalize what happened during my time at Misawa Air Base in Japan, but I can't explain it away anymore. What I experienced there still haunts me, and honestly, I'm only sharing this now because I need to know if anyone else went through something similar. I arrived at Misawa in early 2008 as an Air Force C2 controller. After processing in, I got my dorm assignment, Building 666. Yeah, I know how that sounds, but at the time I just thought it was a weird coincidence. The building itself looked normal enough. Just a standard 3-story military dorm with shared bathrooms down the hall. Nothing special, nothing that screamed haunted. My first few weeks were pretty normal. I was busy learning my new job, figuring out how to live in Japan, and dealing with the usual stress of relocating halfway across the world. About a month in, though, I started having these really intense episodes of sleep paralysis. I'd wake up in the middle of the night completely frozen, unable to move, with this overwhelming sense of dread washing over me. I'd had sleep paralysis once or twice before in my life, so I just chalked it up to the stress of the move and my new responsibilities. But this was different. It started happening almost every night, and each time felt more intense than the last. I'd wake up paralyzed, feeling like something was in my room with me, watching me. Sometimes I swore I could hear breathing that wasn't my own. I didn't mention it to anyone at first. I mean, what was I gonna say? Hey guys, I think my room is haunted. That's a quick way to become the joke of the squadron, so I kept quiet and tried to ignore it. Then about 3 months after I arrived, we got a new batch of airmen. One of them, Jordan, got assigned to the room next to mine. He seemed like a normal, laid-back guy at first, but after his first week, I noticed a change. He looked tired all the time, jumpy. When I asked if everything was okay, he just mumbled something about not sleeping well. A few days later, I ran into another new guy, Alex, in the common area. He was making coffee at 3 a.m., looking like absolute hell. When I asked what was up, he just shook his head and said, "This building, man, something ain't right about it." That's when I started to realize it wasn't just me. The breaking point came about a month later. It was around 2 p.m. on a Saturday, and I was just hanging out in my room watching a movie when someone started pounding on my door. I opened it to find Jordan standing there, white as a sheet and shaking. "Marcus, can I hang out here for a while?" he asked, his voice cracking. "I can't stay in my room anymore." I let him in and he collapsed on my chair, hands trembling as he tried to light a cigarette. "What happened?" I asked. He took a deep breath. "I woke up last night and couldn't move, and there was something in my room, standing in the corner, just watching me." He looked up at me, and I could see real fear in his eyes. It happened the night before too, and the night before that. I can't sleep there anymore. That's when I told him about my experiences. We spent the afternoon comparing notes, and it turned out we'd been experiencing almost identical things. The paralysis, the feeling of being watched, the sense of dread. Word started getting around after that. More guys came forward with similar stories. Some reported waking up with unexplained scratches. Others said they'd seen dark shapes moving in their peripheral vision. One guy swore he'd been physically pushed while walking down the hallway at night, but no one was there. The atmosphere in the dorm changed. People started sleeping with their lights on. Some would crash at friends' places off base when they could. A few requested transfers to other dorms, but housing was tight, and those requests usually got denied. Then came the night that changed everything. I'd been having a really vivid dream. I was in this incredible mansion, everything draped in gold and luxury. Beautiful women everywhere, offering me drinks, laughing at my jokes. It felt amazing, like I was some kind of celebrity or king. In the dream, I remember thinking, this is the life I deserve. Then suddenly, everything went quiet. The women froze in place. A voice, deep and somehow ancient, spoke directly into my mind. "All of this can be yours if 666. I jolted awake, or at least I thought I was awake. My eyes were still closed, but I could feel my body. It was convulsing, trembling violently, but I couldn't control it. I was completely paralyzed despite the movement. It felt like someone else was shaking me, but there were no hands on me. I wanted to open my eyes, but something inside me screamed not to. Some primal instinct told me that whatever was in my room with me, I shouldn't look at it. So I kept my eyes shut tight, even as I felt the air in the room grow cold and heavy. That's when I heard it. Movement. Something was in my room, moving slowly across the floor. It sounded wet, like tentacles dragging across the linoleum. The sound circled my bed, getting closer. I still couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but lie there with my eyes squeezed shut, listening to this thing creep closer and closer. Then came the smell, like rotting meat and sulfur. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. Whatever this thing was, it was right next to my bed now. I could feel its presence looming over me. And then it spoke, right next to my ear, in a voice that sounded like multiple voices layered together. It whispered, "I'll get you next time." I felt something cold brush against my cheek, and then nothing. The presence was gone. The room felt normal again. I could move. I sat bolt upright, gasping for air, my heart racing so fast I thought I might have a heart attack. I hit the light switch and searched every corner of my room, but there was nothing there. Just my stuff, exactly as it had been when I went to bed. I didn't sleep again that night, or the next. I was terrified of closing my eyes. 3 days after my experience, one of the guys on the second floor killed himself. I didn't know him well. He'd only been at Misawa for a couple months. But the news hit the dorm hard. According to his roommate, he'd been complaining about not being able to sleep, about feeling like something was watching him all the time. The suicide changed things. The base leadership couldn't ignore the situation anymore. Within a week, the chaplain showed up with a maintenance team. They physically changed the building number from 666 to 660. I remember watching them take down the old numbers and thinking how ridiculous it seemed, like changing a few digits could fix whatever was wrong with that place. But here's the thing that still freaks me out. It worked. After they changed the number, the sleep paralysis stopped, not just for me, but for everyone I talked to. The oppressive feeling that had hung over the building lifted. People started sleeping through the night again. The dark shadows that people reported seeing disappeared. I stayed in that dorm for another 8 months before getting moved to different housing, and I never experienced another episode while I was there. And since leaving Misawa in 2010, I haven't had a single incident of sleep paralysis. Not one. Whatever was in that building, whatever spoke to me that night, it was connected to those numbers somehow. I'm not religious, never have been, but that experience made me question a lot of things I thought I knew about the world. Sometimes I still dream about that voice. All of this can be yours if 666, like it was offering me some kind of deal. And sometimes in those dreams, I'm tempted to say yes, just to see what would happen. But then I remember that thing by my bed, that cold touch on my cheek, and the promise, "I'll get you next time." I don't know if anyone who reads this will believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told me this story, but I know what I experienced. I know what I felt and heard and smelled in that room, and I know that whatever was in dorm 666 was real. It wasn't stress or sleep deprivation or an overactive imagination. It was something old and malevolent that knew our fears and fed on them. I've tried to research the history of that building to see if anything happened there before, but the Air Force doesn't exactly keep records of supernatural occurrences. All I know is that something was there, and it was powerful enough that even the base chaplain took it seriously. So that's my story. I still don't have an explanation for what happened, and honestly, I'm not sure I want one. Some things are better left unexplained. But I do wonder sometimes about the others who lived there, if they're still carrying those experiences with them like I am. and I wonder about that dorm, now numbered 660, and if changing those digits was enough to keep that thing away for good, because whatever it was, it made a promise to me. And sometimes, late at night when I'm drifting off to sleep, I still find myself afraid to open my eyes. Story 2. But I still can't explain what happened that day 3 weeks ago, and I've been struggling to sleep ever since. I've never been the type to share personal stuff online, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. For context, my daughter Emma is 6 years old. We moved to Lakeside Village about 8 months ago after my divorce. It's a quiet suburban area, and our house is nothing special. 3 bedrooms, 2 stories, built in the early 90s. Typical cookie-cutter place, but it was in our price range and has good schools nearby. That Thursday afternoon was completely normal. Emma had just gotten home from school, and I was working from home like I usually do on Thursdays and Fridays. It was around 4 in the afternoon. Emma had finished her homework, just some simple math problems. She's smart for her age, and was playing with her Legos upstairs in what we call the upstairs living room. It's basically a large open area at the top of the stairs where she keeps most of her toys. I was sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop, going through work emails. From where I sat, I could hear Emma clearly. She was doing that thing kids do where they narrate their play out loud, making different voices for her Lego people. The kitchen is positioned directly below the upstairs living room, so sound travels easily between the floors. The layout of our house is important to understand what happened next. From the kitchen table, I can see the hallway that connects to the front door and the home office. To my left is the underside of the staircase that leads upstairs. I can't actually see the stairs themselves from where I sit, just the hallway between the bottom of the stairs and the office door. I can also see a small slice of the office interior through the partially open door. I was in the middle of replying to an email from my boss when I heard footsteps on the stairs. Not running, just normal walking. I didn't think anything of it. Emma comes down for snacks all the time. I glanced up from my screen, just in time to see the back of Emma's head as she walked from the stairs into the office. I recognized her instantly, her shoulder-length brown hair with that little purple clip she always wears, and her favorite green t-shirt. I went back to typing, figuring she was grabbing some colored pencils or something from the desk in there. Emma often draws while playing with her Legos, creating little backstories for her figures. Maybe 20 seconds later, and this is where things get messed up, I heard more footsteps on the stairs. These were louder, more deliberate. I remember thinking it was weird because I hadn't heard Emma go back upstairs. I looked up again, more attentively this time, and there was Emma walking from the staircase into the office. Same green shirt, same brown hair with the purple clip. But this time she was carrying Lego constructions in both hands. Some kind of multicolored tower in one hand and what looked like a car in the other. It took my brain a second to process what I was seeing. I literally froze with my fingers still on the keyboard. How could Emma be entering the office when she was already in there? I hadn't seen her leave. There's no other exit from that room except the door I was staring at. I got up so fast I knocked my coffee over. I didn't even care about the spill spreading across my work papers. I rushed to the office, my heart pounding in my chest. When I pushed the door fully open, there was just Emma, just one Emma, setting her Lego creations down on the desk. She looked up at me with that innocent smile of hers. "Emma," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "were you just up and down the stairs?" She shook her head. "No, Daddy. I was building my castle and then I wanted to show you." She pointed to the Lego tower. "You didn't come down earlier, just a minute ago?" "No," she said, looking confused. "I just came down now." I glanced around the office. It's not a big room, just a desk, a bookshelf, and a filing cabinet. There was nowhere another person could be hiding. I checked behind the door, even though I knew it was ridiculous. No one was there. "Are you okay, Daddy?" Emma asked, noticing my distress. "Yeah, sweetie," I lied. "I just thought I saw..." Never mind. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I dozed off for a second and dreamed the first Emma. But no, I was in the middle of typing an email. Maybe she had run back upstairs without me noticing, but there wasn't enough time and I would have seen her leave the office. I went back to the kitchen, cleaned up my spilled coffee, and tried to continue working, but I couldn't focus. The image of Emma, or whatever looked exactly like Emma, walking into that office twice kept replaying in my mind. The thing is, there's more to this story that makes it even more unsettling. When Emma was around 2 years old, she used to do this weird thing after waking up from naps or in the morning. She would wave at her closet and say, "Bye-bye," or sometimes, "See you later." When I asked her who she was talking to, she would just say, "The girl," or sometimes, "My friend." I always brushed it off as an imaginary friend phase, but now I'm not so sure. I've experienced weird stuff before. When I was a kid, I lived in an old house in New Hampshire where I regularly saw what I can only describe as shadow people. They never interacted with me, just moved around in the periphery of my vision, especially at night. My parents thought I was making it up for attention, but my older sister saw them too. We moved when I was 11, and I never experienced anything like that again, until now. After the incident, I casually asked Emma if she ever sees anyone else in the house besides us. She thought about it for a second, then said, "Sometimes I see a girl who looks like me, but she's not real." She said it so matter-of-factly, like she was telling me the sky is blue. "What do you mean, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. She shrugged. "She follows me sometimes. She copies me. It's like playing with a mirror." I felt sick to my stomach. "Does she talk to you?" Emma shook her head. "No, she just watches. She's nice, though." "How do you know she's nice if she doesn't talk?" I couldn't help asking. "I just know," Emma said, then went back to her Legos like we were discussing the weather. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept getting up to check on Emma. She slept peacefully, but I swear I heard footsteps in the hallway at least twice. When I went to look, there was nothing there. The next day, I called a local paranormal investigator. I felt stupid doing it, but I needed some kind of validation that I wasn't losing my mind. The woman I spoke to said what I described sounded like a doppelganger phenomenon. She explained that in folklore, seeing someone's double is often considered an omen, though she quickly added that modern paranormal researchers view it more as a type of energy manifestation or even a glitch in how we perceive reality. She offered to come check out the house, but something held me back. What if investigating makes it worse? What if giving attention to whatever this is just encourages more activity? So instead, I've been subtly checking if anything else weird happens. I've set up a small camera in the upstairs hallway, telling Emma it's for home security. I've been reviewing the footage each night, and so far there's nothing unusual, but that doesn't make me feel any better. Last weekend, Emma was at her mom's house, and I took the opportunity to sage the entire house. I'm not even sure I believe in that stuff, but I was desperate to try anything. The house felt emptier afterward, but I don't know if that's just psychological. The worst part is the uncertainty. When I saw that first Emma walk into the office, I only saw the back of her head. I never saw her face. Was it really a perfect double, or was it something else entirely, just mimicking my daughter's appearance? And if so, why? What does it want? Emma seems completely unfazed by all this. She continues to play and laugh like any normal 6-year-old. Sometimes I envy her innocence. She accepts the girl who looks like her as just another fact of life, like having blue eyes or being right-handed. But I can't accept it. Every time Emma goes upstairs alone, I find myself straining to hear if there are extra footsteps. Every time she laughs while playing by herself, I wonder if she's really alone. I've started making excuses to work in the living room instead of the kitchen so I can see the stairs clearly. Yesterday, something else happened that I can't explain. Emma and I were watching a movie in the living room when she suddenly turned toward the kitchen and waved. When I asked who she was waving at, she just said, "Nobody." Then she looked at me with those big innocent eyes and asked, "Daddy, can people be in 2 places at the same time?" I don't know what to do. Moving isn't an option right now financially, and I'm not even sure it would help. What if this thing follows us? What if it's attached to Emma somehow? I haven't told anyone else about this. Not my ex-wife, not my friends, nobody. They'd think I'm having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I am, but I know what I saw that day in the kitchen. I saw my daughter walk into that office twice within the span of a minute, when there was only one Emma in our house. Tonight, I'm sleeping on a mattress in Emma's room. I told her we're having a special sleepover, and she was excited about it. But the real reason is that I don't want to leave her alone, not with whatever is pretending to be her. I don't know what happens next. I don't know if what I'm dealing with is dangerous or just there. All I know is that since that afternoon 3 weeks ago, nothing in our house feels quite right anymore. And sometimes when I look at Emma playing in her room, I catch myself wondering if I'm looking at my actual daughter or something wearing her face. Story 3. I never believed in curses before moving to Thurso. I'm still not sure I do, but after 3 years in this godforsaken corner of Scotland, I'm running out of rational explanations for what I've experienced. I relocated here from Yorkshire back in 2019, chasing some romantic notion of Highland living. The brochures showed dramatic cliffs, pristine beaches, and cozy stone cottages beneath endless blue skies. What they didn't show was the crushing isolation, the relentless wind that drives you mad, and the darkness, both literal and something deeper. Thurso sits at the absolute northern edge of mainland Britain, a small town clinging to the coastline of Caithness like it's afraid of being swept away. The tourist websites call it unspoiled and authentic. After living here, I recognize those as euphemisms for forgotten and depressing. The first few months weren't bad. I settled into a small rental house on the western edge of town, close enough to walk to the bay. I brought my dog, Maisie, a border collie mix, who was my only consistent companion. I worked remotely as a software developer, which meant I could live anywhere with decent internet. Thurso barely qualified, but it was enough. It was during my 3rd month here when I first felt something was off. I'd taken to exploring the coastal paths with Maisie, particularly the eastern trails that wind along the cliffs toward Dunnet Head. The scenery was stunning, dramatic drop-offs to the churning North Sea, heather-covered moorland stretching inland. But there was something eerie about it too, a stillness that felt unnatural. On this particular day in late November, the sky was that peculiar northern grey that seems to press down on you. I'd walked about 3 miles east of town when Maisie started acting strange. She's normally quite obedient, but suddenly she darted off the path toward the cliff edge. My heart jumped to my throat as I called after her, terrified she'd go over. When I caught up, I found her sniffing around something on the bedrock near the cliff. It was a dead seabird, a gannet, I think, but it wasn't just one. As I looked around, I realized there were dozens of them scattered across the rocks. Some looked freshly dead, others were just feathers and bones. The air smelled faintly of decay despite the constant wind. I pulled Maisie away, suddenly anxious to get back to town. The whole scene felt wrong. Birds die, I know that, but this many in one spot, and the way they were arranged, almost in a pattern radiating outward from a central point, struck me as deliberate, but that was impossible. Who would do such a thing out here? The next day, I mentioned it to the cashier at the co-op while buying groceries. She shrugged and said there had been cases of bird flu reported up and down the coast. Nature's way, she called it. I nodded, relieved to have a rational explanation. That afternoon, I took Maisie to Thurso Beach for a change of scenery. The tide was out, exposing a wide stretch of wet sand. As we walked along the water's edge, a woman approached from the opposite direction. She had a young daughter, maybe 7 or 8, and a dog that made me stop in my tracks. It was identical to Maisie, not just the same breed. Border collies are common enough in Scotland, but identical in every marking, the same white blaze on the chest, the same uneven black patch over the right eye, even the same slight kink in the tail. The woman smiled as she got closer. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" she said, though it really wasn't. It was cold and overcast, typical for December. I nodded, still staring at her dog. She noticed. "They could be twins," she said, then added, I wouldn't take your dog up by the eastern cliffs for a while. My skin prickled. Why not? Bird flu, she said matter-of-factly. Dozens of dead birds up there. Wouldn't want your girl catching anything. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. I was just there yesterday, I said. How did you know I go there? She looked confused. I didn't. It's just a popular walking spot, isn't it? Her daughter tugged at her hand, and they continued on their way before I could ask anything else. I watched them go, trying to convince myself it was just a coincidence. But as they walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd received some kind of warning, though from what or whom I couldn't say. Winter passed in a blur of short, dark days and howling gales. I rarely saw my neighbors. People in Thurso tend to keep to themselves, especially during the winter months when the town seems to hibernate. I walked Maisie on the safer beaches, and tried to ignore the growing feeling that I'd made a terrible mistake moving here. Spring brought slightly better weather and longer days, but no relief from the strange atmosphere of the place. I started noticing things about the town and its inhabitants that I'd missed before. How many of the older residents seemed to have drifted here from elsewhere, like flotsam washed up on the shore. How there were men in their 30s and 40s who never seemed to work but always had money for the pub. How certain houses stayed shuttered no matter the weather or time of day. I tried making friends, joining the local pub quiz team and volunteering at the community garden. People were polite but distant. I was an incomer, as they called it, and would remain one no matter how long I stayed. The next incident happened almost exactly a year after I'd found the dead birds. I was walking along Thurso Bay one morning in late November. The tide was unusually low, exposing parts of the beach I'd never seen before. Maisie was running ahead, investigating the newly revealed terrain, when she started barking frantically at something in the seaweed. I jogged over, expecting to find a crab or maybe a piece of driftwood she wanted to play with. What I found instead made my stomach turn. It was a carcass of some kind, half buried in a tangle of kelp and seagrass. At first, I thought it was a sheep. They're everywhere in the surrounding countryside, but as I looked closer, I realized it might have been a goat. The bizarre thing was that the upper body was completely skeletal, clean white bones gleaming in the weak sunlight, while the lower portion was still largely intact with fur and hooves. The positioning was what really disturbed me. The thing was arranged with its front legs straight out and its head, or what remained of it, tilted upward. It reminded me unnervingly of depictions of Baphomet, that goat-headed satanic figure. I'm not religious or superstitious, but something about it felt deliberately arranged, almost ceremonial. I took out my phone to take a picture, then hesitated. Did I really want a record of this? Before I could decide, Maisie started growling, not at the carcass, but at something behind me. I turned to see a figure standing at the edge of the dunes watching us. It was too far away to make out clearly, but it seemed to be a man in dark clothing. When he saw me looking, he turned and disappeared over the dune. I grabbed Maisie's collar and hurried back toward town, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The tide was coming in quickly, and within an hour, the spot where I'd found the carcass would be underwater. By tomorrow, it would be gone as if it never existed. 2 weeks later, my mother died unexpectedly back in Yorkshire. Heart attack, they said. She was only 68. I spent Christmas with my sister, trying to make sense of it all. When I returned to Thurso after the funeral, the town seemed even darker and more oppressive than before. The final incident, the one that convinced me there's something deeply wrong with this place, happened on Boxing Day. I needed to clear my head after the holidays, so I took Maisie for a long walk up the coast. We went west this time, toward a small abandoned port settlement I'd heard about but never visited. The place was eerie, a handful of crumbling stone buildings clustered around a natural harbor. The tide was out, revealing a small sheltered beach. No one lived there anymore. The last residents had apparently left in the 1980s when the fishing industry collapsed. It felt like a ghost town, frozen in time. As I explored the beach, looking for interesting shells or sea glass, Maisie again started barking frantically. My heart sank. Not again. This time, she'd found two dead seal pups at the high tide line. They were lying side by side, perhaps 3 feet apart. At first glance, they looked like they'd washed up naturally, until I noticed the wounds. Both had identical injuries, a precise, circular bite taken from the neck, and their skulls were missing in exactly the same way, not crushed or broken, missing, cleanly removed as if by a surgeon. The rest of their bodies were untouched. I'm no marine biologist, but I know enough to recognize that no natural predator does this. Sharks bite and tear. Killer whales might take specific parts of their prey, but not with this kind of precision. And the identical nature of the wounds, the careful placement side by side, it spoke of human intervention. As I stood there, trying to process what I was seeing, I felt the air around me change. The constant wind died completely. The waves seemed to quiet, and I had the overwhelming sensation of being watched. I looked up at the abandoned buildings on the bluff above the beach. In one of the empty window frames, I saw a shape, just for a second, before it pulled back into the darkness. I grabbed Maisie and ran, not stopping until we reached the outskirts of town. I've tried researching the history of Caithness since then, looking for anything that might explain what I've experienced. There are old tales, of course. What remote Scottish region doesn't have them? Stories of selkies and sea witches, of Norse curses and ancient sacrifices, but nothing specific to explain dead birds arranged in patterns, satanic-looking goat carcasses, or mutilated seal pups. What I have discovered is that Thurso seems to attract a certain type of person. Lost souls, retirees with no family, people running from something in their past, even a surprising number of convicted criminals who've served their time and chosen to disappear to the literal end of Britain. Maybe that's the real curse of Caithness. It's a place for the forgotten and the damned, a cold, dark purgatory at the edge of the world. I'm leaving as soon as my lease is up next month. I don't know where I'll go, but anywhere has to be better than here. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night convinced there's someone standing outside my window, just watching, waiting, and the strangest thing. Last week at the grocery store, I saw that woman again, the one with the daughter and the dog identical to Maisie. I approached her, wanting to ask if she'd experienced anything unusual here. She looked right through me as if I wasn't there. When I spoke to her, she hurried away, clutching her daughter's hand. And her dog, it was a golden retriever. It had always been a golden retriever, the cashier told me later. That family has never owned a border collie. Story 4. I've never been the type to believe in the paranormal, ghost stories, hauntings, demons. That was all just entertainment to me. I'm a pretty logical person, and there's usually a rational explanation for weird stuff that happens. At least that's what I thought until about 3 months ago, when something started mimicking our cat, Kyle. It began with little things I could easily brush off. My mum would ask me if I was okay because she heard crying coming from my room, but I hadn't been crying at all. This happened maybe 4 or 5 times over a couple of weeks. I'd tell her I was fine, and we'd both just shrug it off. Maybe it was the TV, or maybe it was just the house making weird noises. Old houses do that, right? Then I started hearing scratching on my bedroom door at night. We have 2 cats, Kyle and Misty, so normally I wouldn't think twice about it. But the scratching was different. It wasn't the normal pawing they do when they want in. It was more deliberate, like someone dragging their nails down the door in patterns. Sometimes it would be at weird heights, way too high for a cat to reach unless they were standing on their back legs, which our cats never do. I started getting a bit freaked out, but I still tried to rationalize it. Maybe the cats were just being weird. Maybe I was hearing things. I didn't want to sound crazy by bringing it up. The night everything changed was a Tuesday. I remember because I had a chemistry test the next day that I was stressing about. It was around 10:30 at night, and I was in the living room with my mom. My stepdad, Mark, was getting ready for bed. He works early shifts and always goes to bed before everyone else. Kyle, our orange tabby, followed him up the stairs like he always does. Kyle loves Mark and usually sleeps at the foot of their bed for at least part of the night. Mom and I were watching some reality show. one of those cooking competitions she loves. I was half paying attention while scrolling through my phone, texting my girlfriend Alyssa about the test tomorrow. Around midnight, Mom said she was tired and was heading to bed. I told her I'd be up a bit longer since I was still wired from studying. "Don't stay up too late," she said, and then Kyle jumped up on her lap and curled up. I remember looking at Kyle and feeling confused. "Didn't Kyle go upstairs with Mark?" I asked. Mom petted Kyle's head. "I don't think so. He's been down here with us." I was sure I'd seen Kyle follow Mark upstairs, but I figured maybe he'd come back down without me noticing. Cats are sneaky like that. I didn't think too much of it until about 1 in the morning when I decided to grab a snack before bed. Mom had fallen asleep on the couch with Kyle still curled up on her lap. I grabbed some chips from the kitchen and was about to head upstairs when I got a FaceTime call from Alyssa. I answered, trying to keep my voice down. "Hey, I'm freaking out about this test," she said. "It'll be fine," I told her. Mr. Peterson always makes the tests sound harder than they are. We talked for a few minutes, and I carried my phone into the living room to show her the new gaming setup I'd just finished. As I walked by Mom, Alyssa noticed Kyle. "Oh, Kyle looks so cozy," she said. I turned the camera to show her. "Yeah, he's been cuddled up with Mom for hours." After talking for another 20 minutes or so, I said goodnight to Alyssa and headed upstairs. I passed by Mark and Mom's room, which had the door cracked open like always, and that's when I saw it, an orange shape curled up at the foot of their bed. Kyle. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Kyle was downstairs with Mom. I had just seen him. Alyssa had seen him, but there was clearly an orange cat on the bed too. I crept closer to the bedroom door, thinking maybe it was Misty, our other cat, but she's a gray tabby, not orange. The shape on the bed was definitely orange. I pushed the door open a bit wider, and the cat lifted its head and looked at me. It was Kyle, or it looked exactly like Kyle. Same white patch on his chest, same notch in his ear from a fight he'd been in as a kitten. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I backed away from the door and practically ran to my room. I locked my door that night, something I never do. I didn't sleep much, just laid there trying to come up with some explanation that made sense. Maybe I was just tired and seeing things. Maybe it was the stress of exams. The next morning I went downstairs to find Mom making coffee. Kyle was sitting by his food bowl, meowing for breakfast. "Mom," I said, trying to sound casual, "did Kyle sleep with you last night?" She poured cat food into Kyle's bowl. "No, he was with Mark upstairs." "Why?" My stomach dropped. "But he was on your lap when you fell asleep on the couch." Mom looked at me like I was crazy. "No, he wasn't. I went up to bed around 12:30, and Kyle was already upstairs with Mark. I felt sick. I saw Kyle on your lap. Alyssa saw him too, on FaceTime." Mom frowned. "That's weird. Maybe you're confusing last night with another night." But I wasn't confused. I knew what I'd seen. When Mark came down for breakfast, I asked him if Kyle had been in their room all night. "Yeah, he was curled up at the foot of the bed like always," Mark said, not even looking up from his phone. "Why?" I couldn't bring myself to explain what was happening. It sounded insane, even to me, but I knew something was wrong. There couldn't be two Kyles. One of them wasn't real. Over the next few days, I started paying closer attention to Kyle. The real Kyle. He's this chill orange tabby who's about 6 years old. He has a funny quirk. He can't meow properly. He makes these weird chirping sounds instead. The vet says it's just how some cats are. He also has this small white patch on his chest and a little notch in his right ear. I started documenting everything weird that happened. The crying sounds continued, but now I was certain they weren't coming from me. The scratching at my door got worse, sometimes lasting for minutes at a time. About a week after the Kyle incident, Mom finally admitted she was freaked out too. She'd seen Kyle in two places at once as well, once in the kitchen and simultaneously in the backyard. Another time, she swore Kyle was sleeping on her bed, but when she went to the laundry room, he was in his cat bed there. "I thought I was losing my mind," she said, her voice shaking a little. We decided to tell Mark, who was skeptical but willing to listen. The three of us sat down and compared notes on all the weird stuff that had been happening. The phantom crying, the scratching, the duplicated Kyle. Mark suggested setting up some cameras around the house, which we did. For 2 days, nothing unusual showed up on the footage. Then, on the third night, one of the cameras caught something that made my blood run cold. The footage showed the hallway outside my room at around 2 in the morning. Kyle was clearly visible sleeping on the window seat at the end of the hall. Then, a shape that looked exactly like Kyle walked down the hallway, stopped at my door, and began scratching it with its front paws. But the way it moved wasn't right. It was too fluid, too deliberate. Cats move in a specific way, with a certain randomness to their actions. This thing moved like someone pretending to be a cat. After that, Mom got really into researching paranormal stuff. She found all these stories about mimics and doppelgangers, entities that can take the form of people or animals to trick humans. Some cultures call them skinwalkers or shapeshifters. We decided to do a cleansing ritual. Mom ordered some Palo Santo sticks online, and we went through the entire house burning them, focusing especially on Kyle. It felt silly at first, but we were desperate. We told the entity it wasn't welcome here and to leave Kyle alone. For about a week after that, things seemed to calm down inside the house. No more scratching, no more phantom crying, no more duplicate Kyles. We started to relax a little, thinking maybe whatever it was had moved on. Then the really creepy stuff started happening outside. I was taking out the trash one evening when I noticed something orange by our back fence. At first glance, it looked like Kyle, but Kyle was inside. I'd just seen him on the couch. As I got closer, I realized it was a cat that looked almost identical to Kyle, except wrong. Its face was slightly elongated, like it was being stretched, and the way it was staring at me was not how cats look at people. It was too focused, too intense. When it saw me notice it, it started meowing loudly, something our Kyle can't do, like it wanted to be let in. The sound was all wrong too, like someone who'd heard a cat meow but had never actually made the sound themselves. I backed away slowly and went inside, making sure all the doors were locked. I didn't tell Mom or Mark right away because I was hoping it was just a stray that happened to look like Kyle, but it kept coming back. Mom saw it next, then Mark, always at the back door, always meowing to be let in. Always looking exactly like Kyle, except for subtle wrongness that was hard to put into words. The worst encounter happened just last week. Mom and I were in the kitchen making dinner when we heard meowing at the back door. We looked out the window and saw what looked like Kyle sitting there. We both froze because the real Kyle was asleep in the living room. We could see him from where we stood. The thing outside noticed us watching and did something I'll never forget. It slowly backed away from the door, still facing us, still maintaining eye contact. Then, without warning, it bolted away at a speed no normal cat could reach. Mom and I ran to the window to see where it went, and that's when we saw Karen, a stray cat we sometimes feed, walking up to the back door from the exact direction the Kyle thing had run. There's no way Karen could have gotten there that fast. There's no way the Kyle thing could have disappeared and Karen appeared in the same spot in just seconds. Unless we haven't let Kyle outside since then. We're too afraid of what might happen if the real Kyle and the fake Kyle ever meet. Mom's been researching protection methods and found some old folklore about iron-repelling supernatural entities. We're considering putting iron stakes around our property, as ridiculous as that sounds. I don't know what this thing is or why it's fixated on Kyle. I don't know if it wants to replace him or harm him or us. All I know is that something is out there, wearing our cat's face, trying to get into our home. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear scratching at my door, even though both our cats are locked safely in my parents' room. Story 5. I never believed in ghosts until last year. I was always the practical one among my friends. the person who'd roll her eyes whenever someone talked about paranormal experiences. But what happened to me 6 months ago completely changed my perspective on life, death, and what might exist beyond. I'm a real estate investor in Singapore. I've been doing this for about 7 years now, and I've developed a good eye for properties with potential. I specifically look for undervalued homes that I can either flip or rent out. In this business, you learn that properties with histories often sell for much less than market value, which means better profits for investors willing to look past superstition. So when my college friend Zoe messaged me about a flat belonging to her in-laws, I was immediately interested. Zoe and I had kept in touch since university. Though we didn't see each other as often as we used to, her message was straightforward. Her in-laws were looking to sell their son's apartment, and she thought I might be interested in checking it out. "It's in a really good area," she texted. "Nearly new building, amazing facilities, great view, but there's something you should know before you consider it." She then explained that her brother-in-law had committed suicide in the apartment about a year ago. In Singapore, this kind of information significantly impacts property value. Many locals won't touch a place where someone has died unnaturally. For me, it was a potential opportunity. "I'd definitely like to see it," I replied. "When would be a good time?" We arranged to meet the following Saturday morning. I remember it was a particularly hot day, even for Singapore. The kind of humidity that makes your clothes stick to your skin the moment you step outside. I took a grab to the address Zoe had sent me. The building was in one of those upscale neighborhoods with manicured gardens and a fancy lobby with marble floors. Definitely a prestigious location. Zoe was waiting for me in the lobby, looking somewhat nervous. She gave me a quick hug and led me toward the elevators. "Thanks for coming, Amanda," she said. "My in-laws are already upstairs. Just be sensitive, okay? They're still grieving." I nodded. "Of course." As we rode the elevator to the 18th floor, Zoe filled me in on more details. Her brother-in-law, Michael, had been a surgeon at one of Singapore's top hospitals. He was only 34 when he died. No one had seen it coming. He seemed happy, successful, well-liked by colleagues. There had been no warning signs, no note left behind, just the shock of his body discovered in the bathtub by a colleague who came to check on him after he missed work. When we reached the apartment, Zoe's in-laws greeted me politely. Mr. and Mrs. Chen were a dignified older couple, dressed impeccably despite the heat. They bowed slightly as I entered, and I returned the gesture. The apartment itself was stunning. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city skyline, modern fixtures, open-concept living spaces. It was the kind of place that would normally be snapped up immediately. "Please look around," Mrs. Chen said softly. "It's a beautiful home." And it was. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a sleek kitchen with top-of-the-line appliances. The master bedroom had a walk-in closet that would make anyone jealous. Everything was in pristine condition. As I wandered through, I mentally calculated what it might be worth, even with its history. When we reached the master bathroom, I noticed Mr. Chen hesitate slightly before pushing the door open. It was spacious, with a separate shower and a large soaking tub. This was where it happened, I realized. Where Michael had ended his life. "He went peacefully," Mr. Chen said quietly, as if reading my thoughts. "He used a drug that only medical professionals would have access to. No pain, no mess." I nodded, unsure what to say. They were being remarkably matter-of-fact about it all. After viewing the entire apartment, we sat in the living room to discuss the price. This is where things got complicated. Despite the property's history, the Chens were asking for almost market value. I tried to explain as gently as possible that the suicide would significantly impact what buyers would be willing to pay. In my experience, properties like this typically sell for 15 to 20% below comparable units, I said. "It's just the reality of the market here." Mrs. Chen's face hardened slightly. "This was our son's home. It's worth what it's worth." I could tell this wasn't going to be a productive negotiation. They weren't truly ready to sell, at least not at the discount the market would demand. After about 20 minutes of polite but increasingly tense conversation, I thanked them for their time and prepared to leave. As I stood up, I felt a sudden wave of something. Not dizziness exactly, but a shift in my mood, a heaviness that hadn't been there before. I brushed it off as discomfort from the awkward negotiations and said my goodbyes. Zoe walked me to the elevator. "Sorry about that," she said. "They're still processing everything. I think selling the place is part of their grieving process, but they're not ready to let it go for less than they think it's worth." "I understand," I said. "It's a beautiful apartment. If they decide they're willing to negotiate later, let me know." The elevator arrived and I stepped in alone. Zoe was heading back to her in-laws' place. As the doors closed and I began descending, that strange feeling intensified. It was like a fog settling over me, a profound sadness that seemed to come from nowhere. By the time I reached the lobby, tears were welling up in my eyes for no reason I could identify. I hurried out of the building, thinking maybe I just needed fresh air. But outside, it only got worse. I stood on the sidewalk, waiting for my grab, and felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness wash over me. What was happening? I'd never experienced anything like this before. I wasn't just sad. I felt completely empty, like there was no point to anything. When my car arrived, I climbed in silently. The driver tried to make conversation, but I could barely respond. All I could think about was how pointless everything seemed. My job, my relationships, my entire existence. Suddenly, none of it mattered. I found myself thinking about how easy it would be to just stop, to end it all. These weren't thoughts I'd ever had before, and some distant part of me was alarmed, but mostly I just felt numb and defeated. By the time I got home to my condo, I was in a full-blown emotional crisis. I sat on my couch, staring at the wall, contemplating things I'd never considered before, ways to die, whether anyone would miss me, how long it would take for someone to find me if I did something drastic. Looking back, it terrifies me how quickly and completely those thoughts took over. I've never suffered from depression or suicidal ideation. I've always been a positive, forward-thinking person. But in those moments, I was someone else entirely. This continued for about 20 minutes. I sat there, barely moving, barely breathing, just drowning in these foreign emotions. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. It was like someone flipped a switch. The darkness lifted, the heaviness evaporated, and I was myself again. I sat there, confused and shaken, trying to make sense of what had just happened. And that's when I noticed the smell, a cologne, musky, slightly medicinal, definitely masculine. It wasn't a scent I recognized or had in my home, and I lived alone. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't alone. Someone had followed me home from that apartment. Michael's presence, his energy, his final emotional state, whatever you want to call it, it had attached itself to me and come back to my place. My skin crawled. I jumped up from the couch, heart pounding, and looked around wildly, half expecting to see a figure standing somewhere in my apartment. There was nothing visible, but the cologne scent lingered for another minute or so before gradually fading away. I was so freaked out that I immediately called Zoe. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial her number. "Something really strange just happened," I said when she answered, my voice unsteady. I explained everything, the sudden depression, the suicidal thoughts, the cologne. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then Zoe sighed heavily. "I should have warned you," she said finally. "The same thing happened to me the first time I visited the apartment after Michael died. Those feelings, the darkness, exactly what you described. It lasted about 20 minutes for me, too." "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, still trying to process what she was saying. I thought maybe it was just me, that I was just emotional because I knew him. But then my husband experienced it too. It's why we refused to live there, even though his parents offered it to us. My husband was willing at first, but after that experience, he couldn't do it. I sat down again, my legs suddenly weak. Do you think it was Michael? His spirit or something? I don't know what to call it, Zoe replied. But I think whatever happened to him in his final moments, whatever he was feeling, it's still there in that place. And sometimes it attaches to people who visit. We talked for a while longer, both of us trying to make sense of the inexplicable. Before we hung up, Zoe asked if I was okay, if the feelings had completely passed. I think so, I said, but I'm not going back to that apartment, and I'm definitely not buying it. That night, I slept with all the lights on. I was terrified the feelings would return, that Michael's presence would manifest again, but nothing happened. Whatever had followed me home seemed to have moved on. It's been 6 months since that day, and I haven't experienced anything like it again, but it fundamentally changed me. I now believe there's more to our existence than what we can see and touch. There's something beyond death, energies that linger, emotions powerful enough to transcend the physical realm. I've started researching the paranormal, reading accounts from others who've had similar experiences. Some people might think I'm crazy, but I know what I felt that day wasn't just in my head. It was real. It was Michael, or at least the echo of his final emotional state, reaching out from wherever he is now. I don't know why he chose to follow me home that day. Maybe he was trying to make me understand why he did what he did. Maybe he was just lost and latched onto the nearest person. Or maybe there's some connection between us I don't yet understand. What I do know is that I'll never look at empty apartments the same way again, because sometimes they're not really empty at all. Story 6. I never told anyone about what happened that night at the lock-in. I'm 32 now, but sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat thinking about it. I guess writing it down might help me process it, even after all these years. When I was 9, my parents started taking me to this really old church in our town. It was built sometime around 1757 according to the cornerstone, with these thick stone walls and narrow windows that made it feel like a castle. Everyone in town knew about it. St. Michael's Episcopal. It had this creepy graveyard out back with headstones so old you couldn't read most of the names anymore. My parents thought joining the youth group would help me make friends since we'd just moved to town, so when they announced a summer lock-in, my mom signed me up right away. I was actually excited about it. Staying up late, eating pizza, playing games. It sounded awesome to a 9-year-old kid. The day of the lock-in, my mom dropped me off with my sleeping bag and backpack. There were about 15 other kids there, most older than me, plus Pastor Thomas and 2 parent volunteers. Pastor Thomas was this tall, skinny guy with wire-rimmed glasses and graying hair. He always wore these sweater vests and had this gentle way of talking that made you feel safe. We spent the evening playing games in the fellowship hall. Freeze tag, hide and seek, board games, that kind of stuff. Around 9, we had pizza and soda, which was a big deal because my parents rarely let me drink soda. After dinner, Pastor Thomas gathered us for a Bible study, and then we watched a movie on this old projector screen. It was while we were setting up our sleeping bags in the main room that I first heard about the prayer room. 2 older boys, probably around 12, were whispering about it as they unrolled their sleeping bags near mine. "I'm not going anywhere near that prayer room," one of them said. "My brother said he came here for a lock-in 3 years ago and heard someone crying in there in the middle of the night." "Yeah, my cousin said the same thing," the other boy whispered back. He said the door was locked, but he could see someone kneeling at the altar through the little window. But when Pastor Thomas went to check, there was nobody there. I'd never heard about any prayer room before, so I rolled over and asked them what they were talking about. They seemed surprised I didn't know. "It's in the basement," the taller boy said. "It's this tiny room with just 1 pew and a small altar. They say it's where the original church members would go to pray privately. But everyone knows it's haunted." "It's not just a story," the other one added. Ask anyone who's been down there alone. I didn't really believe in ghosts, but something about the way they talked about it made my skin prickle. I remember looking around the room at all the other kids in their sleeping bags, laughing and talking, and wondering if they all knew about this prayer room too. The next morning, we were supposed to have breakfast and then get picked up around 10. But I couldn't stop thinking about the prayer room. After brushing my teeth, I spotted Pastor Thomas arranging chairs in the fellowship hall and walked over to him. "Pastor Thomas," I said, "is there really a haunted prayer room in the basement?" He looked at me over his glasses and gave a small smile. "Elijah, I've heard those stories too. The prayer room is very old, one of the original parts of the church. It's a special place for quiet reflection." "But is it haunted?" I pressed. He put down the chair he was holding and knelt to my level. "I don't know if haunted is the right word, but..." He paused, looking thoughtful. "Once, late at night, I was doing some paperwork and thought I heard singing coming from down there. When I went to check, I saw someone kneeling at the altar through the window. But when I opened the door, there was no one there." My eyes must have been huge because he quickly added, "It didn't feel scary, Elijah. It felt peaceful, like whoever or whatever it was belonged there. This church has seen a lot of prayers over the centuries. That should have been comforting, but it wasn't." Pastor Thomas had just confirmed that even he had seen something. I remember my mouth going dry as I nodded and walked away. I spent the rest of the day half listening to Bible stories and playing games, but my mind kept drifting back to that prayer room in the basement. What did it look like? Who was the person Pastor Thomas had seen? Why did they disappear? By the time we all got into our sleeping bags that night, I was obsessed with the idea of seeing the prayer room for myself. We stayed up late watching another movie, and Mrs. Johnson, one of the parent volunteers, made us popcorn. It was nearly midnight when Pastor Thomas finally turned off the lights, leaving just a small lamp on near the door. "Sleep well, everyone," he said. "Remember, bathrooms are down the hall to the right, and Mrs. Johnson and I will be in the office if anyone needs anything." I laid in my sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling. The main room was filled with the sounds of rustling sleeping bags and whispered conversations that gradually died down. Within an hour, all I could hear was the steady breathing and occasional snores of the other kids. I couldn't sleep. My mind kept going back to the prayer room. Where exactly was it? What did it look like inside? I told myself I was just going to find it. Maybe peek through the window like Pastor Thomas had done, and then come straight back. When I was sure everyone was asleep, I slowly unzipped my sleeping bag and stood up. The floor creaked under my feet, and I froze, but nobody stirred. I carefully stepped around the scattered sleeping bags, making my way toward the door. The hallway was dark, except for a few dim safety lights along the baseboards. The church was different at night. Shadows stretched across the walls, and the old building made all kinds of settling noises that sounded like whispers. I knew the basement stairs were past the bathrooms, so I headed that way, my heart pounding. The stairwell to the basement was even darker. I had to feel my way down, one hand on the cold stone wall. Each step seemed to groan under my weight, and the air got cooler as I descended. I remember wishing I'd brought a flashlight, but I was too committed to turn back now. At the bottom of the stairs, I paused to let my eyes adjust. The basement hallway stretched ahead of me, lined with closed doors, Sunday school classrooms and storage rooms. It smelled musty, like old books and candle wax. That's when I heard it, a faint whispering sound coming from somewhere down the hall. It wasn't clear enough to make out words, just a soft, continuous murmur that could have been someone talking or praying. I almost ran back upstairs right then, but instead, I took a deep breath and started walking toward the sound. The safety lights down here were spaced further apart, leaving pools of darkness between them. The whispering seemed to be coming from the very end of the hallway. As I got closer, I noticed a door that looked different from the others. It was smaller, made of darker wood, with a tiny window about eye level for an adult, which meant I had to stand on my tiptoes to see through it. A small brass plaque beside it read, "Prayer Room." The whispering was definitely coming from inside. I reached for the doorknob and tried to turn it, but it was locked. Standing on my tiptoes again, I pressed my face to the small window and peered in. The room was tiny, just like the boys had described. There was a single wooden pew facing a small altar. A stained glass window behind the altar let in a faint glow of moonlight, and there, kneeling before the altar with their back to me, was a figure. At first, I thought someone else from the lock-in had come down before me, but then I realized I could see the moonlight from the window shining right through them. The figure was transparent, like a person made of foggy glass. I could make out the shape of shoulders and a bowed head, but no distinct features. I fell back from the window, my heart hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. The whispering suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was worse somehow, heavy and waiting. I don't know what made me look again, but I forced myself back up on my tiptoes and peeked through the window one more time. The room was empty. The single shaft of moonlight fell uninterrupted across the empty altar. Something cold brushed against the back of my neck. Not a touch exactly, but like someone had just exhaled very close to my skin. I spun around, but the hallway behind me was empty. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been in that room was now out here with me, watching. I ran. I didn't care about making noise anymore. I sprinted down that hallway, took the stairs two at a time, and didn't stop until I was back in the main room with all the other kids. I dove into my sleeping bag and pulled it over my head, breathing hard, certain that if I looked out, I'd see that transparent figure standing over me. I laid there for hours, too terrified to sleep. Every creak of the building made me flinch. I kept feeling that cold sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was breathing on me. When morning finally came, I was exhausted and jumpy. Nobody mentioned the prayer room at breakfast. I kept quiet too, not sure if what I'd seen was real or if my imagination had run wild in the dark. When my mom picked me up, I was so relieved to leave that I nearly cried. I never went back to another lock-in. I made excuses whenever they were announced. My parents eventually switched churches when we moved to a different neighborhood, and I was secretly grateful. To this day, I don't know what I saw in that prayer room. Sometimes I tell myself it was just my imagination, fueled by those stories the older boys told me. But then I remember what Pastor Thomas said, that he had seen someone there too, someone who vanished when he opened the door. What bothers me most isn't that I saw something supernatural. It's the feeling I had afterward, that whatever was in that room had noticed me watching, that it had come out to see who was there. And sometimes even now, when I'm alone in a dark room, I feel that same cold breath on the back of my neck, and I wonder if it followed me home from that old prayer room all those years ago. Story 7. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night. I'm 22 now, but the memory hasn't faded at all. If anything, it's become clearer as I've gotten older. Most childhood memories get fuzzy over time, but not this one. This one stays sharp. This happened when I was around 4 years old, sometime in late 2010, I think. We were living in this small, run-down house just outside Seattle. Money was really tight back then. My dad worked at a lumber mill, and my mom stayed home with me and my baby sister, who was only a few months old. We couldn't afford proper beds at the time. We just had these foam mattress pads laid out on the floor in the upstairs bedroom. Usually it was just me, my mom, and my sister sleeping there. My dad usually crashed on the couch downstairs in the living room because he'd worked late shifts and didn't want to wake everyone up when he got home. Our house didn't have air conditioning, so during the summer, we'd leave all the doors open to get some air flowing. The upstairs would get stuffy and hot otherwise, especially with 3 people sleeping in one room. That night started out normal. I remember going to bed at my usual time, probably around 8 or 8:30. My mom put me down next to her, with my baby sister on her other side. We had this little orange nightlight plugged into the wall that cast this dim glow across the room. I always needed that light to sleep. I was terrified of the dark back then. Ironic. considering what happened later. I don't remember falling asleep, but I remember waking up. It was the middle of the night, had to be around 1 or 2 in the morning. I didn't wake up crying or anything, I just woke up. Wide awake, like someone had called my name, though I hadn't heard anything. I looked over at my mom and sister, both sound asleep. The orange nightlight was still glowing, making weird shadows on the wall. Then I heard it, this faint tapping sound. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone gently knocking on wood, or maybe fingernails drumming on a table. It was coming from somewhere down the hallway. Being a curious kid, I didn't think twice about investigating. I crawled out from under my blanket and got on my hands and knees. I didn't want to stand up and make noise that might wake my mom. I crawled to the bedroom doorway and paused, listening. The tapping continued. Tap, tap, tap. It was definitely coming from down the hall. I kept crawling, the worn carpet rough against my palms and knees. The hallway was dimly lit from the glow of my bedroom nightlight behind me, just enough that I could see where I was going. About halfway down the hall, I stopped. From there, I could see into the living room downstairs. The staircase was open with a railing, giving me a partial view of the couch. I could make out my dad's shape lying there, his arm hanging off the side, his chest rising and falling with each breath. The TV was off, but there was some ambient light coming through the windows from the street lamp outside. The tapping sound shifted. Now it was coming from the sewing room, a small room at the end of the hall that my mum used for her sewing machine and craft supplies. It was more like a large closet than a proper room, with just enough space for a small table and chair. I continued crawling toward the sound, my curiosity completely overriding any sense of fear. When I reached the sewing room's open doorframe, the tapping suddenly stopped. I sat back on my heels, staring into the room. What I saw, or rather, what I didn't see, made my blood run cold. The sewing room wasn't just dark, it was wrong. The darkness in there wasn't like normal darkness. You know how when you're in a dark room, you can still make out shapes after your eyes adjust? This wasn't like that at all. It was like looking into absolute nothingness. A void. Pure, pitch-black emptiness that seemed to swallow the doorframe. The room should have had a window. Moonlight should have been coming through, like in the other rooms. But there was nothing. Like the room itself had ceased to exist, replaced by this wall of perfect blackness. I sat there, frozen, unable to move or call out. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I couldn't even blink as I stared into that impossible darkness. Then, slowly, something emerged from the void. A hand. It wasn't a normal hand. It was the same pitch black as the darkness itself, like it was made of the void. I couldn't see an arm attached to it, just this hand extending out from the blackness, reaching into the dimly lit hallway where I sat. The fingers were long and thin, too long to be human. They moved with a fluid grace that seemed unnatural. The hand didn't grab or swipe at me. It just held itself out, palm up, like it was offering something or inviting me to take it. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stared at that hand, my whole body trembling. I remember feeling cold, so cold that my teeth started chattering. Despite it being summer, the air around me felt heavy, like being underwater, making it hard to breathe. The hand stayed there, unmoving, palm up, waiting. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me frozen in fear, the hand patiently waiting. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time felt distorted. Then, without warning, the hand slowly retreated back into the darkness. It didn't rush or snatch away. It simply withdrew, finger by finger, until it was gone, swallowed by the void. The moment it disappeared, I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. My dad appeared at the end of the hallway, looking sleepy and confused. "Calvin," he whispered, rubbing his eyes. "What are you doing up, buddy?" I couldn't answer. I was still staring at the sewing room doorway, but now it was just a normal dark room. I could make out the shape of the sewing machine, the chair, the window with moonlight filtering through. The impossible void was gone. My dad walked over and picked me up. I remember clinging to him, burying my face in his shoulder, my whole body shaking. "Did you have a bad dream?" he asked, carrying me back to the bedroom. I shook my head against his shoulder, but I couldn't find the words to explain what I'd seen. How could I? I was only 4, and even now, as an adult, I struggled to describe the wrongness of that darkness. He laid me back down next to my mom, who stirred slightly but didn't wake up. My dad stroked my hair and told me to go back to sleep, that everything was okay. He stayed there until I closed my eyes, pretending to fall asleep. Eventually, he went back downstairs. I kept my eyes shut tight for the rest of the night, too terrified to open them. I didn't sleep a wink. When morning finally came, I was exhausted, but relieved to see sunlight streaming through the windows. At breakfast, I tried to tell my parents about what happened, but I didn't have the words. I just said there was a black hand in the sewing room. My mom thought I had a nightmare. My dad seemed concerned, but agreed it was probably just my imagination. They exchanged that look parents give each other when they think their kid is just being a kid. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a dream or my imagination. For weeks afterward, I refused to go near the sewing room. I wouldn't even walk down the hallway alone. My mom had to carry me to the bathroom and wait outside until I was done. At night, I'd cry until both my parents agreed to sleep in the same room with me and my sister. Eventually, we moved to a different house when I was around 6. My dad got a better job and we could afford actual beds. The incident gradually became something my parents would laugh about. Their son, who was terrified of the black hand in the sewing room. But I never forgot, and I never stopped wondering what would have happened if I had taken that hand. Where would it have led me? Into that void, another place entirely, or would I have simply disappeared? Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a darkness that seems deeper than it should be. Or I'll hear a faint tapping sound that stops as soon as I turn to locate it, and my blood runs cold, remembering that night, that hand, that patient invitation from something that shouldn't exist. I still sleep with a light on. I still can't stand in open doorways in the dark, and I still wonder if that hand is out there somewhere, waiting for someone else to take it, or waiting for me to reconsider its offer. Whatever it was, I know it was real. It wasn't a child's imagination or a dream. That void existed, if only for a few minutes, in our house. That hand reached out from somewhere beyond our reality. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it's still reaching, still waiting for the day I might reach back. Story 8. I never thought I'd be writing this down, but I need to tell someone who might understand. 2 months ago, my wife's best friend Sarah passed away unexpectedly from a seizure. It destroyed my wife, Emma. They'd been inseparable since they were 12 years old. Nearly 20 years of friendship gone in an instant. Sarah was only 31. The funeral was brutal. Emma couldn't even speak during the service. I had to hold her up as we walked away from the cemetery. Sarah didn't have much family, just an elderly aunt who lived out of state, so Emma took charge of most arrangements. She chose the flowers, white lilies, Sarah's favorite, selected readings, and even helped clean out Sarah's apartment afterward. The whole thing gutted her. About a week after the funeral, that's when the dreams started. The first one seemed innocent enough. I was in our kitchen making coffee, and suddenly Sarah was just there, sitting at our breakfast bar like she had 100 times before when she was alive. She looked exactly like herself. Dark curly hair pulled into a messy bun, that small birthmark near her left eye, wearing her favorite navy cardigan. "Hey, Jordan," she said casually, like nothing was wrong. "How's Emma doing?" Even in the dream, I remember feeling shocked. I told her Emma was devastated, barely functioning. Sarah nodded sadly. I figured, "Tell her I'm okay, will you? I mean, I'm not really okay with being dead at 31, but you know what I mean." Then I woke up. It felt so real that I actually got up and checked the kitchen. Empty, of course. I told Emma about it over breakfast. I thought it might comfort her to know Sarah had appeared so vividly in my dream. Emma cried, but they seemed like relieved tears. She asked for every detail, what Sarah was wearing, what she said, even how her voice sounded. It was the most animated she'd been since the funeral. The next night, Sarah appeared again. This time she asked about her co-workers at the publishing house where she'd been an editor. Had they sent flowers? Did they attend the funeral? Then she asked if anyone was reading the manuscripts she'd been working on. "I really hope Diane picks up that novel by the woman from Oregon," she said. "It needs work, but there's something special there." The next morning, I told Emma, who immediately called Sarah's boss. Turns out there was indeed an unfinished manuscript from an author in Oregon sitting on Sarah's desk. No one else had known Sarah was excited about it. This pattern continued night after night. Sarah would appear, always in our kitchen, and ask questions. Who adopted her dog, her neighbor Mrs. Calloway? Were people watering the plants in her apartment? Emma had taken them all. Did anyone find the birthday gift she'd already bought for her aunt? No one had looked. Emma became obsessed with these dreams. Every morning, first thing, "Did you see Sarah last night? What did she say?" She'd hang on every word, often crying or laughing, depending on what I reported. At first, it seemed to be helping her grief. She'd follow up on things Sarah mentioned, finding that birthday gift hidden in Sarah's closet, checking that Mrs. Calloway was walking the dog enough. But around the 3-week mark, something shifted. Emma started asking why Sarah was visiting me and not her. "I was her best friend for 19 years, she said one morning, voice cracking. "Why is she talking to you instead?" I had no answer. The dreams weren't something I could control, and honestly they were starting to wear on me. Imagine having the same visitor every single night, always in your kitchen, always with questions. Sometimes Sarah would talk about missing things. "I really miss our Friday gin rummy games," or "I wish I could taste coffee again." It was both sad and eerie. About a month in, Emma stopped sleeping in our bed. She started camping out in the guest room, explaining that maybe Sarah would visit her if I wasn't around. It didn't work. Sarah kept appearing exclusively to me. That's when our marriage began falling apart. Emma became fixated on my dreams, but now with resentment rather than gratitude. Every morning she'd interrogate me, often accusing me of withholding details. "You're not telling me everything," she'd say. "What else did she say about me?" The truth was, Sarah didn't always talk about Emma. Sometimes she just seemed confused, looking around our kitchen like she was trying to remember something. Other times she'd ask random questions about world events or what the weather was like. 6 weeks after Sarah's death, Emma and I barely spoke except about the dreams. She'd grown thin and hollow-eyed, taking leave from her teaching job to process her grief. But instead of processing, she was obsessing. She started keeping a journal of everything I reported from the dreams, analyzing it for patterns or hidden messages. "Did you tell her I miss her?" Emma would demand. "Did you ask her why she won't visit me?" I tried. Believe me, I tried. In the dreams, I'd tell Sarah that Emma was desperate to see her. Sarah would just look sad and say something like, "It doesn't work that way," or "Tell her I'm sorry." Last week, things took an even darker turn. I came home from work to find Emma had rearranged our entire kitchen to match Sarah's apartment layout. She'd bought the same blue mug Sarah had used, the same brand of tea, even the same fruit bowl. "Maybe this will help her feel more comfortable," Emma explained, eyes feverish with hope. "Maybe she'll stay longer if it feels like home." That night, for the first time, Sarah seemed distressed in my dream. She paced around our rearranged kitchen, picking things up and putting them down. "This isn't right," she kept saying. "Why did Emma do this? This isn't helping anyone." When I told Emma the next morning, she broke down completely, threw one of the blue mugs against the wall, and collapsed, sobbing on the floor. I tried to comfort her, but she pushed me away. "You're keeping her from me," she accused. "She was my friend, not yours." "Why won't she talk to me?" I suggested gently, that maybe we should see a grief counselor. Emma refused. She was convinced these dreams were real communications, not just my subconscious processing Sarah's death. And truthfully, sometimes I wondered myself, how had I known about that Oregon manuscript or the birthday gift? There were details in these dreams I couldn't possibly have known. The worst part came 3 nights ago. Sarah appeared as usual, but this time she looked faded somehow, less substantial. She sat at our counter and stared at her hands for a long time before speaking. "I can't keep doing this, Jordan," she finally said. "It's not good for any of us. Emma needs to let go." "She can't," I told her. "She needs to see you herself." Sarah shook her head sadly. "That's not possible. I'm only here because you're receptive. Emma's grief is too complicated, too angry. It creates a wall." Then Sarah told me something that chilled me to the bone. "There was something I never told Emma," she said quietly. "The doctor said my seizure wasn't random. I'd been having small episodes for months. I hid it from everyone because I was scared. If I'd gotten help sooner." I woke up in a cold sweat. How could I tell Emma this? That Sarah had potentially hidden a medical condition that, if treated, might have saved her life. It would destroy her all over again. So yesterday morning, for the first time, I lied. When Emma asked about my dream, I said Sarah hadn't appeared. The relief in my voice must have been obvious because Emma immediately grew suspicious. "You're lying," she said flatly. "What did she tell you? What are you hiding?" I maintained that there had been no dream, but Emma didn't believe me. She followed me around the house all day, watching me with red-rimmed eyes. When I left for work this morning, she was sitting in the kitchen surrounded by Sarah's things she'd collected. Photos, books, even an old sweater she'd borrowed and never returned. Tonight will be 2 months exactly since Sarah died. I'm terrified of going to sleep. What if Sarah appears again with more secrets? What if she doesn't appear at all? Either way, I feel like I'm betraying someone I care about. I love my wife. Our marriage was solid before all this. 5 years of partnership and friendship, but now I barely recognize her, and I'm starting to not recognize myself either. Am I going crazy? Are these really just dreams? Or is something more supernatural happening here? I don't know if I should tell Emma the truth about Sarah's seizures. I don't know if I should start making up dreams to give her comfort. I don't know if I should insist on therapy. All I know is that I'm trapped between my living wife and her dead friend, and I don't see a way out. Sarah appeared again last night. She looked at our kitchen, now fully transformed into a shrine to her existence, and just whispered, "This has to stop." I think she's right, but I have no idea how to make it stop. Emma is waiting for me downstairs right now, waiting to hear what Sarah said last night. I can hear her pacing, rearranging those blue mugs over and over. I'm hiding in the bathroom writing this because I don't know what to do anymore. If anyone has experienced something similar or has any advice, please help. I'm watching my marriage disintegrate over whispers from beyond, and I'm afraid of what Emma might do if these dreams suddenly stop. Or worse, what she might do if I tell her the truth about what Sarah has been saying. Story 9. I've never told many people about this. It happened about 3 years ago when I was stationed at Fort Bliss in El Paso. I'm still trying to make sense of it, and honestly, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was a PFC back then, living in the barracks. Our building wasn't ancient or anything, maybe 12 years old at the time. Just your standard 3-story concrete block with shared hallways. I had a single room on the 2nd floor, which was actually pretty decent compared to some of the shitholes I've seen on other bases. It had a twin bed, desk, wall locker, and a small bathroom I shared with the guy next door. Nothing special, but it was mine. That night started like any other. We had a brutal day of training in the field, and I was completely wiped out. Our squad leader had already warned us that morning PT would start at 0500 the next day, so I skipped the usual barracks bullshit. You know, guys playing Call of Duty until 2 in the morning, drinking until they puked, the usual stuff, and decided to hit the rack early. I remember checking my phone one last time around 9:30, setting my alarm, then crashing. I fell asleep almost instantly. The dream started off normal enough. I was back home in Michigan, walking through my parents' backyard. Nothing scary or weird, just a regular dream. But then it shifted. I was sitting on a bench in what looked like the parade grounds at Fort Bliss. The sun was setting, and the sky had that orange-pink glow that makes the mountains look purple. That's when the pigeons showed up. At first it was just 1 or 2 landing near my feet. Then more came, dozens of them, but I wasn't scared. I just sat there watching them. One of them flew up and landed right on top of my head. I could feel its tiny feet gripping my hair, and then it gave me this little peck. Not painful, just a light tap on my scalp. I tried to shoo it away, but before I could, it flew off on its own. Then another one landed and did the same thing. A light peck, then gone, then another, and another. It was annoying but not scary. By about the 10th peck, I started getting irritated in the dream. I reached up to swat whatever was on my head away. That's when I woke up, except I wasn't fully awake yet. You know that weird space between sleeping and waking where you're not sure what's real? I was right there, and that's when it happened. I felt fingers on my head. Not a whole hand, but 5 distinct fingertips resting lightly on the top of my skull. They were positioned like someone was about to palm a basketball, just barely touching my scalp. I wasn't imagining this. I felt it. The weight, the pressure, the exact position of each fingertip. In that split second, as my brain caught up with what was happening, the fingers moved. They didn't just lift off. They swiped across my head from front to back, fast. I felt each finger drag across my scalp, through my short hair, the friction of skin against skin. I've never moved so fast in my life. I shot up, heart pounding like it was going to explode out of my chest. I slammed my hand against the wall switch, flooding the room with light. My breath was coming in gasps, and I was sweating even though the room was cold from the AC. The room was empty. I jumped out of bed and dropped to the floor, checking underneath. Nothing but dust and a pair of PT shoes. I ran to the small closet and yanked the door open, half expecting someone to be crouched inside, empty except for my uniforms. I checked the window, locked from the inside. I even checked the ceiling tiles, pushing up on each one to see if any were loose, all secure. I went into the bathroom and locked the door behind me, my hands shaking so bad I could barely turn the knob. I splashed cold water on my face and stared at myself in the mirror. My eyes were wide, pupils dilated with adrenaline. I ran my own hand over my head, trying to recreate the sensation, telling myself it was just my hair moving or something, but it wasn't the same. Not even close. When you feel your own hair move, or when you're half asleep and your arm brushes against your face, it has a certain quality to it. This was different. This was someone else's hand. I would bet my life on it. After about 10 minutes of hiding in the bathroom like a scared kid, I finally worked up the courage to go back into my room. I did another thorough search, even looking in stupid places like inside my wall locker or behind the mini fridge. Nothing was out of place. The door to the hallway was still locked from the inside. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat at my desk with all the lights on, facing the door, occasionally checking behind me. I even texted my buddy down the hall, but he was out at some bar and didn't respond. At one point, I nearly called the CQ desk to report an intruder, but what was I going to say? Someone invisible touched my head. I'd never hear the end of it. When morning finally came, I was a mess. I showed up to PT looking like death, and my squad leader gave me endless shit about partying on a weeknight. I didn't tell anyone what happened. How could I? It sounded insane even to me. Over the next few days, I came up with every possible explanation. Maybe it was a hypnagogic hallucination. I looked that up after. They're supposed to be common when you're falling asleep or waking up, but this wasn't like seeing something weird in the corner of my eye. I physically felt those fingers. Maybe someone did break in somehow. The barracks weren't exactly Fort Knox. Guys were always losing their keys, and sometimes the exterior doors didn't latch properly. But how would they get into my locked room? And why would someone break in just to touch my head and leave? Nothing was stolen, nothing was disturbed. I considered that maybe one of my buddies was playing a prank, but that didn't add up either. The touch was too gentle, too weird for a practical joke. If my friends wanted to mess with me, they'd have drawn dicks on my face or put my hand in warm water or something stupid like that. One thought that kept coming back was more disturbing. The barracks at Fort Bliss aren't known for being haunted or anything, but they're built on land with a long military history. El Paso itself has all those old missions and settlements from centuries ago. What if? No, I'm not going there. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or whatever, but I can't explain what happened that night. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep properly. I'd jerk awake at the slightest sound, convinced someone was in my room. I started putting a chair under my doorknob and sleeping with a knife under my pillow. My performance suffered, and I got counseled for falling asleep during motor pool maintenance. Eventually, I requested a room change, making up some bullshit about noisy neighbors. The new room was on the 3rd floor at the end of the hallway. Nothing weird ever happened there, but I still couldn't shake the feeling of those fingers on my head. Even now, years later and living off post, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, certain that something just touched me. I've told this story to exactly 3 people. My girlfriend thinks it was just a dream. My best friend suggested sleep paralysis, though that doesn't really fit since I could move immediately. The 3rd person was this older E7 who'd been at Bliss for years. He got real quiet after I told him, then said something about other soldiers reporting weird shit in those barracks over the years. He wouldn't elaborate, just told me to forget about it. But I can't forget it. I know what I felt. 5 fingers deliberately placed on my head, then dragging across my scalp as they withdrew. Connected somehow to that dream about the pigeons pecking at me. It wasn't random. It felt purposeful, like whatever it was wanted me to know it was there. Sometimes I wonder if I should have reported it officially, but what would I say? Ghost fingers touched my head, Sergeant Major. Yeah, right. So I've kept it mostly to myself, trying to convince myself there's a logical explanation. But deep down, I know what I felt was real. Those fingers were real, and whatever or whoever they belonged to, they found me once in my sleep. Sometimes I worry they'll find me again. Story 10. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. I mean, I enjoyed scary movies and could appreciate a good ghost story around a campfire. But I always chalked those experiences people claim to have up to overactive imaginations or just wanting to believe, I guess. That changed this spring. My husband Tom's grandmother passed away in April. She was 92 and had lived a full life in her little 2-story house. Since we'd been looking to move into a bigger place for our twin girls, they're 6, we decided to buy the house from Tom's dad. It made sense financially, and it kept the house in the family, which seemed important to everyone. We moved in about 3 weeks after Grandma Jean passed. The house still had most of her stuff in it. We'd been slowly sorting through everything, deciding what to keep, donate, or throw away. It felt weird at first, sleeping in her house with so much of her still around us, but I figured that was normal. The first strange thing happened when my father-in-law stayed over to help us move some furniture. He's a night owl and had been sitting at the kitchen table late, going through some of his mum's old photo albums. When he finally went to bed around 1 in the morning, he left the table lamp on since he planned to continue in the morning. When he came downstairs the next day, the lamp was off. That by itself wouldn't have been weird. Maybe he forgot he turned it off, right? But the overhead light in what used to be Grandma Jean's bedroom was on. Nobody had been in that room. The girls were still asleep, Tom was in the shower, and I was making coffee. My father-in-law just stood there in the hallway staring at the light, looking genuinely confused. "Did one of you turn this on?" he asked when I walked by. I shook my head. "We haven't been in there yet today." He just nodded slowly, turned off the light, and didn't mention it again. I remember thinking it was strange, but figured there must be some logical explanation. Maybe the wiring in the old house was faulty. A few days later, I was organizing our bedroom closet while Tom was in the shower. Our bedroom door was closed because the girls were playing loudly in the hallway and I didn't want to be distracted. I remember this clearly because I had specifically checked that the door was fully closed. I even pushed on it to make sure the latch had caught. I was deep in the closet, hanging up some of Tom's shirts, when I heard the bedroom door open. I turned around, expecting to see one of the twins, but there was nobody there, just an open door. I felt a cold sensation run down my spine, but I told myself it was just the air conditioning, or maybe the door hadn't latched properly after all. I closed it again and this time made absolutely sure it was properly shut. Less than 5 minutes later, it opened again. This time I was standing where I could see it happen. The knob turned and the door just opened. There was nobody there. When Tom got out of the shower, I told him what happened. He's more practical than I am and suggested maybe the door frame was warped or the latch was broken. It made sense, so I let it go, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The next incident happened in the basement. Tom was down there going through some boxes when he called up to me. "Em, are you moving stuff around up there?" he shouted. I wasn't. I was sitting at the kitchen table making a list of things we needed from the hardware store. "No, why?" I called back. He came upstairs looking confused. I heard cardboard sliding across the floor, like someone was moving a box. It was really clear. "Maybe it was the girls," I suggested. "They're in the backyard," he said, looking out the kitchen window where we could see them playing on the swing set. We both went down to the basement, but nothing looked disturbed. All the boxes were exactly where we'd left them. About a week later, I was going through some of Grandma Jean's things that we'd found in the attic. There were old toys that must have belonged to Tom's dad and his siblings. Green plastic army men, some cowboy figurines, a few old board games with missing pieces. I had them spread out on the dining room table, sorting them into piles. I went to the kitchen to get a drink, and when I came back, one of the army men had fallen onto the floor. I picked it up, thinking nothing of it, and put it back on the table. Then I noticed that a small bag I'd placed on a shelf had somehow fallen off and landed several feet away. The shelf wasn't tilted, and there was no obvious reason why the bag would have moved. I was starting to feel uneasy, but still tried to find logical explanations. Old house, uneven floors, maybe I bumped something without realizing it. The most frightening incident happened when Tom and I were in the basement together. We were organizing some storage shelves, and Tom had leaned several metal wire shelving units against the wall until we could decide where to put them. We were both on the other side of the room when we heard a loud bang. We jumped and turned around to see the wire shelves vibrating like someone had just struck them hard. There was no way they could have made that noise on their own. No draft, no shifting, nothing that could explain it. While we were still staring at the shelves, completely freaked out, we both heard the distinct sound of a cardboard box sliding across the concrete floor from the opposite corner of the basement. Tom's face went pale. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello?" Tom said, his voice shaky. "Mom Jean, is that you?" Silence. "If you're here, can you please quit moving stuff? You're scaring us." I couldn't believe he was talking to his dead grandmother, but in that moment, it didn't seem crazy at all. It seemed like the only explanation. We stood frozen for what felt like forever, but nothing else happened. Finally, Tom grabbed my hand, and we went upstairs without saying a word. We didn't talk about it until later that night when the girls were asleep. "Do you think it's her?" I asked quietly as we lay in bed. Tom was quiet for a long time. "I don't know. Maybe. This was her house for over 50 years. Maybe she's not ready to leave." "But why now? Why is she moving things and making noises?" "We're moving her stuff," Tom said simply. "Maybe she doesn't like it." That made a strange kind of sense. The activity seemed to happen most often when we were sorting through her belongings or changing things in the house. The next day, I was doing laundry in the basement when I felt a cold spot. It was distinctly colder than the air around it, like walking through a freezer door that's been left open. I stopped and stood there for a moment. "Grandma Jean," I said softly, feeling ridiculous but also strangely certain. "We're not trying to erase you. We're just trying to make this our home too." The cold spot disappeared. I don't know if it meant anything, but I felt better having said it. That evening, I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard one of the girls talking in the living room. I thought they were playing together, but when I looked in, only Annie was there. She was sitting on the floor with some of the old toys I'd found. "Who are you talking to, sweetie?" I asked. "The old lady," she said casually, arranging the cowboy figurines in a circle. My blood ran cold. What old lady? The one who watches us sometimes. She's nice. She likes when I play with her toys. I wanted to grab Annie and run out of the house. Instead, I took a deep breath and sat down next to her. What does she look like? Annie shrugged. Old, with white hair. She smiles a lot. I showed her a picture of Grandma Jean that was still on the mantel. Like her? Annie nodded. That's her. She'd never met Grandma Jean. She'd been too sick for visitors in her final months, and we hadn't brought the girls to the funeral. That night, I told Tom about the conversation. He didn't seem as freaked out as I was. If it is Grandma, she wouldn't hurt the girls, he said. She loved kids. But Tom, Annie's talking to a ghost. How are you not terrified by this? He sighed. I don't know. It's weird, but it doesn't feel threatening. It just feels like Grandma's still here, watching over us. Since then, things have settled into a strange routine. Sometimes lights turn on or off by themselves. Occasionally, we hear noises that can't be explained. Once, I found all the photo albums we'd packed away neatly arranged on the coffee table when I came downstairs in the morning. The girls don't seem bothered by any of it. Sometimes I catch them talking to empty corners of rooms or laughing at nothing. When I ask who they're talking to, they just say Grandma, like it's the most normal thing in the world. I'm still not entirely comfortable with our situation. Sometimes at night I wake up with the certainty that someone is standing in our room, watching us sleep. I'll open my eyes and scan the darkness, but there's never anyone there that I can see. Just a feeling of being observed. Last week I was alone in the house. Tom was at work and the girls were at school when I heard footsteps upstairs. Slow, shuffling steps, just like how Grandma Jean used to walk with her walker. They moved from the master bedroom to the top of the stairs, then stopped. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up, but saw nothing. I hope you're okay with the changes we've made, I said out loud, my voice echoing in the empty house. We're trying to take good care of your home. The air felt warmer suddenly, almost like a hug, and I swear I could smell Grandma Jean's rose perfume for just a moment. Then it was gone. I still don't know what to make of all this. Are we living with a ghost? Is Grandma Jean still here, watching over her family and her house? I don't have answers. All I know is that when I'm alone in the house now, I never really feel alone, and strangely enough, I'm starting to find that comforting rather than frightening. Story 11. I've always been fascinated by haunted places, but I never truly believed I'd experience anything supernatural myself. That changed last October when my fiancé Jason and I visited Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia. What happened there still gives me chills when I think about it, and I'm sharing this because I need to know if anyone else has had similar experiences. Jason and I had been planning our 4-day Philadelphia trip for months. I'm big into history and true crime, so Eastern State was at the top of my must-see list. Jason isn't as interested in that stuff, but he's supportive and agreed to come along. We'd been engaged for about 8 months at that point, and this was our first real vacation together since the proposal. The morning of our visit, I woke up feeling off. It wasn't just regular travel tiredness or anxiety. It was this weird, persistent feeling that something significant was going to happen. I tried shaking it off while getting ready, but it clung to me like a shadow. "You okay?" Jason asked as I stared blankly into my coffee at the hotel's breakfast area. "You seem distracted." "I just have this weird feeling," I admitted, "like something's going to happen today." He laughed it off. "Maybe we'll win the lottery." I forced a smile, but the feeling wouldn't budge. Our table had this little basket with tourist pamphlets and, oddly, a tarot deck. I'm not into that stuff usually, but given my strange mood, I shuffled it absent-mindedly while Jason checked the penitentiary's opening hours on his phone. Suddenly, a card flew out of the deck, literally jumped out as I was shuffling. It landed face up on the table. The devil. I'm not superstitious, but even I know that's not exactly a good omen. Jason noticed my expression change. "What is it?" he asked. I showed him the card. "Just thought it was weird, that's all." He shrugged. Someone probably left the deck here as a joke. Come on, we should get going if we want to make the 10 o'clock tour. The whole Uber ride to Eastern State, I couldn't stop thinking about that card and the persistent sense of foreboding. The penitentiary itself didn't help my nerves. Even from the outside, it's imposing. Massive stone walls topped with guard towers, looking more like a medieval fortress than a prison. It operated from 1829 to 1971 and was abandoned for years before being turned into a museum. We arrived around 9:45, purchased our tickets, and were given audio guides for the self-guided tour. As we waited for it to begin, a staff member announced they had space for 6 more people on a special tour of the administrative offices, areas not usually open to the public. Jason thought it sounded interesting, so we signed up. The main audio tour started first. We wandered through the cell blocks, listening to stories about the prison's history and famous inmates like Al Capone. The cells were tiny and depressing, with peeling paint and rusted bed frames. The whole place had this heaviness to it, like the walls had absorbed decades of despair. About an hour into the main tour, we joined the special group for the administrative offices. Our guide, Sarah, was enthusiastic and knowledgeable. There were 8 of us total. Jason and me, an older couple, and a family of 4 with teenage kids. These offices haven't been restored like some of the other areas, Sarah explained as we entered a long hallway with doors on either side. They're pretty much as they were when the prison closed in the 70s. The first few rooms were ordinary. Filing cabinets, desks, old typewriters. Nothing unusual happened until we reached what Sarah called the collections room, where they kept inmate belongings and artwork. One of our most prolific inmate artists was Joseph Felton, Sarah said, gesturing to some framed sketches on the wall. He was imprisoned here for 22 years for armed robbery and created hundreds of drawings. The moment she mentioned his name, a splitting headache hit me. It came on so suddenly that I gasped. The room started spinning and I had to lean against the wall to keep from falling over. "Mia, what's wrong?" Jason whispered, grabbing my arm to steady me. "Headache," I managed to say. "Really bad, out of nowhere." I tried to focus on Sarah's words, but the pain was intense, like someone driving a nail into my temple. I've never experienced anything like it. The weird part was that it only got worse when I looked at Felton's drawings. They were just simple sketches of the prison yard and other inmates, nothing disturbing. But looking at them made my vision blur. As soon as we left that room, the headache vanished completely, not gradually. It disappeared the instant I stepped across the threshold. 1 second agonizing pain, the next nothing. Jason noticed my expression change. "Better?" he asked. "It's gone, completely gone," I said, bewildered. That was weird. He seemed concerned but didn't say much as we continued the tour. The next strange incident happened in the prison's old operating room. It was a creepy space, an examination table in the center, medical instruments in glass cases, and harsh overhead lighting. Sarah was explaining how primitive healthcare was in the prison when I felt something push me from behind. It wasn't a gentle nudge. It was a firm, deliberate push in the middle of my back, strong enough to make me step forward. I immediately turned around, thinking someone was trying to get past me, but there was no one directly behind me. Jason was about 10 feet away, examining some medical tools in a display case. The other visitors were scattered around the room, none close enough to have touched me. "Did you just push me?" I asked Jason when I walked over to him. He looked confused. "What? No, I've been over here the whole time. Someone just pushed me, like physically pushed me forward." He glanced around the room. "Maybe you bumped into someone?" "No, Jason. Someone pushed me. I felt hands on my back." He didn't seem convinced, but I knew what I'd felt. It wasn't my imagination, and it wasn't me losing my balance. It was a deliberate push, like someone was trying to move me away from where I was standing. The final and most unsettling incident happened in what Sarah called the speaker's room. It was set up with audio stations where visitors could listen to recordings of former prisoners and guards describing life at Eastern State. The room was dimly lit, with speakers hanging from the ceiling, playing ambient sounds of cell doors closing and distant voices. I was listening to a recording of a former inmate describing the isolation of solitary confinement. Jason was standing behind me. I could see his reflection in the plexiglass covering the display. I had my hair up in a ponytail that day, long curly hair tied back because it was humid. As I was listening, I felt something touch my back. Then, unmistakably, I felt someone tug my ponytail. Not hard, but definitely a pull. I whipped around, expecting to see Jason messing with me, but he was standing about 3 feet away, not close enough to have touched my hair. "What's wrong?" he asked, seeing my startled expression. "Did you just pull my hair?" I demanded. "No, I was just standing here. But something weird happened. I just felt this rush of cold air pass right in front of me, like someone walked between us. My skin broke out in goosebumps. The cold spot Jason felt and the tug on my hair had happened simultaneously. In that moment, I was certain that someone had moved between us, passing by Jason and reaching out to touch me. I wanted to leave immediately, but we still had 15 minutes left on the administrative tour. I stuck close to Jason for the remainder, jumping at every creak and shadow. When the tour finally ended, I practically ran to the exit. Outside in the sunshine, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe the headache was just stress. Maybe someone had brushed past me in the operating room and I'd misinterpreted it. Maybe my hair had caught on something. But I couldn't explain away everything, especially the synchronized events in the speaker's room. Me feeling the hair pull at the exact moment Jason felt that cold spot between us. On the Uber ride back to our hotel, I researched Joseph Felton, the inmate artist whose name triggered my headache. I found almost nothing online about him specifically, but I did find mentions of paranormal experiences in the collections room. One visitor reported feeling nauseous, another described sudden temperature drops. I showed Jason, who had been skeptical throughout the day. "I'm not saying I believe in ghosts," he said cautiously, "but that was definitely strange, especially the hair-pulling thing. I've never felt anything like that cold spot before." That night at the hotel, I had vivid dreams about Eastern State, walking through endless cell blocks, hearing whispers, being followed. I woke up several times in a cold sweat. Jason admitted the next morning that he'd had trouble sleeping too. It's been 7 months since our visit, and I still can't explain what happened. Jason, who was initially dismissive, now admits that something unexplainable occurred. Sometimes I'll catch him getting quiet when I bring it up. Then he'll say, "I just can't figure out a logical explanation for what happened in that speaker's room." Last week, I was going through photos from our trip and noticed something I hadn't seen before. In a picture Jason took of me standing in cell block 7, there's a shadowy figure behind me that wasn't there when the photo was taken. It's not clear enough to make out features, just a dark, human-shaped shadow where there shouldn't be one. I'm not trying to convince anyone that Eastern State is haunted. I'm just sharing what happened to me. The sudden headache that came and went so abruptly, the push from behind when no one was there, the hair pull coinciding with Jason's cold spot, and now this shadow in our photo. Whatever lingers in Eastern State Penitentiary, it was aware of us that day. I believe some former prisoner, maybe Felton himself, was curious about the living visitors walking through his home. I don't think it meant harm, just wanted to interact, to be acknowledged. But I won't be going back to find out. Some places hold on to their past too tightly, and Eastern State still houses those who never truly left, even after death. I'm just grateful all we experienced were these relatively harmless encounters. I've heard others haven't been so lucky. Story 12. When I was 11, my family used to visit my grandparents' farm in rural Pennsylvania every summer. Their house was this old 2-story farmhouse that my grandfather had inherited from his parents. It was isolated, like the nearest neighbor was about a mile away, and the closest town was a 20-minute drive. During the day, it was actually pretty nice. There were fields to run around in, a small pond to catch frogs, and my grandma always made the best food. But at night, that place felt different. My grandparents' house didn't have enough bedrooms for everyone when extended family visited, so some of us kids had to sleep in what used to be a storage room on the first floor. It was this weird rectangular room off the kitchen that my grandparents had converted into a makeshift guest bedroom. They had squeezed in 2 twin beds and a cot, but it was still filled with all sorts of junk. Cardboard boxes stacked to the ceiling with old photo albums and Christmas decorations, shelves crammed with ancient board games missing half their pieces, and my grandfather's tools. The worst part was this massive chest freezer that hummed and occasionally made these loud clicking noises when the motor kicked on. It would scare the crap out of me every time. And then there was the closet, this creepy walk-in thing with no door, just a curtain that never closed properly. During full moons, light would stream through the single small window and cast these bizarre shadows across the wall that looked like a man wearing an old-fashioned top hat. I used to stare at it, convinced it would move. That summer, I was sharing the room with my 7-year-old brother Tommy and my cousin Melissa, who was 12. I remember it was early August, and we'd been at my grandparents' house for about 4 days. The day had been particularly hot, and we'd spent most of it swimming in the creek behind the property. By bedtime, we were all exhausted. The adults were still up in the living room playing cards, and I could hear their muffled laughter through the wall as I tried to fall asleep. My brother was already out cold on his cot, and Melissa was reading with a flashlight under her blanket on the other twin bed across the room. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up, probably around 1 or 2 in the morning. The house was completely silent, which meant everyone had gone to bed. The only light was a sliver of moonlight coming through that tiny window, barely illuminating anything. What woke me was this loud crash from the corner of the room. It sounded like something heavy had fallen off one of the shelves. I sat up, heart already racing, and tried to peer through the darkness. I couldn't see anything that had fallen, but something felt wrong. The air felt heavier, colder somehow. That's when I noticed the closet. The curtain was pulled back slightly, and in the darkness of that space, I swear I saw 2 small red dots, like eyes, staring right at me. They weren't reflecting light. They were generating it, 2 tiny pinpricks of glowing red. I froze, completely froze. I couldn't even call out to Melissa. The eyes didn't blink or move. They just stared. I slowly reached for my blanket and pulled it over my head, that stupid childish instinct that somehow a thin sheet could protect me from whatever was watching. Under the blanket, I was breathing so hard, I thought I might pass out. I was trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe the reflection of something outside, or a toy with batteries that had suddenly activated, anything but what it felt like. That's when my bed started shaking. Not like an earthquake or someone bumping into it. It was violent, deliberate shaking. The metal frame was rattling against the floor, and I could feel the mattress vibrating beneath me. I screamed and threw the blanket off, looking wildly around the room. Melissa was sitting up in her bed, her face pure white in the dim light. She was screaming too. The shaking was getting worse. My bed was practically jumping off the floor now. Tommy somehow was still asleep through all of this. "What's happening?" Melissa shrieked. She had pressed herself against the wall, as far from the center of the room as possible. I couldn't answer her. I was staring at the closet, where those red eyes were still visible, but now they seemed to be higher up, like whatever they belonged to was standing taller. The bedroom door flew open and the light flicked on. My mom and uncle rushed in, followed by my grandparents. The moment the light came on, the bed stopped shaking, completely stopped, like someone had flipped a switch. What on earth is going on in here? My mom looked furious and worried at the same time. Melissa and I were both crying and trying to explain, talking over each other about the eyes and the shaking bed. My uncle checked under the beds while my grandfather examined the bed frame, saying something about loose bolts. "You girls were probably jumping on the bed and made up this story when you heard us coming," my uncle said, looking annoyed. "You woke up the whole house." "But we weren't. It was shaking by itself, and there were eyes in the closet," I pointed, but of course there was nothing there now, just piles of old coats and boxes. My grandmother checked on Tommy, who had somehow slept through everything and was only now groggily waking up. "He's fine," she said. "You girls need to settle down." No one believed us. My mom gave me that look, the one that said I was either lying or being dramatic. They decided to rearrange us. Tommy was moved to sleep with my mom in her room, and my uncle stayed with Melissa and me for a while until we calmed down. My uncle fell asleep in Tommy's cot about 20 minutes later. He was snoring loudly, and Melissa had her back to me, but I could tell from her breathing that she wasn't asleep either. I laid there, rigid, staring at the ceiling. The closet was directly in my line of sight if I turned my head slightly, and I refused to look in that direction. The room felt ice cold despite it being August. Eventually, exhaustion must have overcome fear because I remember my eyelids getting heavy. I don't know how long I slept before it started again. This time, I didn't wake up to a crash. I woke up because I couldn't move. It felt like something heavy was sitting on my chest. My arms and legs were pinned to the bed. I could breathe, but just barely, like the air was being compressed out of my lungs. I tried to scream, but no sound came out, just a pathetic whimper. And then I felt them, hundreds of tiny light touches all over my body, like small creatures running across my skin, under my pajamas, through my hair. I could feel little claws or fingers, I don't know what they were, pricking against my skin. Not hard enough to break the skin, but I could feel each one distinctly. They were all over me. The panic was indescribable. I was being held down while these things crawled all over me. And I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't even turn my head to see if Melissa was experiencing the same thing or if my uncle was still in the room. But I could see the closet from the corner of my eye. The curtain was fully open now, and those red eyes were back, but they were closer to the ground. Whatever it was crawling toward my bed. As it got closer, I could make out a vague shape, something small, maybe the size of a cat, but it didn't move like any animal I'd ever seen. It moved in jerky, unnatural bursts, like a video being fast-forwarded and paused repeatedly. And those eyes, they weren't just red, they looked angry, hungry. It reached the edge of my bed, and I felt the mattress dip slightly as it climbed up. The weight on my chest increased, making it even harder to breathe. The tiny crawling sensations intensified, especially around my neck and face. I could feel my heart beating so hard I thought it might explode. The creature with the red eyes crawled up toward my face. It was just a dark shape, but I could feel hot breath on my cheek. It smelled like rotting meat. I shut my eyes tight, tears streaming down my face, certain I was going to die. And then, as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. The weight lifted. The crawling sensations vanished. I gasped, sucking in air, and managed to sit up. The room was empty and quiet. My uncle was still asleep on the cot, and Melissa was curled up in her bed. The closet curtain was closed, just as it had been when we went to bed. I sat there until morning, not daring to lie down again, not daring to close my eyes. When sunlight finally started to filter through the window, I practically ran from the room. At breakfast, Melissa wouldn't talk about what happened. She just kept saying she had a nightmare and was sorry for screaming. I tried to tell my mom about the paralysis and the crawling sensations, but she dismissed it as a nightmare too. A reaction to the excitement from earlier, she said. For the rest of that visit, I refused to sleep in that room. I made up excuses, said I was scared of the dark, anything to avoid going back in there. I ended up sleeping on the couch in the living room, and my mom was too tired to argue about it. Years passed. I almost convinced myself it had been some kind of shared hallucination or waking nightmare. Then, when I was 17, I overheard my mom talking to my aunt about that night. "The same thing happened to me in that room when I was a kid," my mom said quietly. The bed shaking, the feeling of being held down, the crawling sensations. I saw those red eyes too. I froze in the hallway, my blood turning to ice. My aunt asked why she'd let us sleep in there if she knew. "I thought it was just nightmares," my mom replied. "Dad converted that room after I went to college. I didn't want to seem crazy talking about monsters in closets." I confronted her later that day, demanding to know why she'd let us sleep in a room where she'd experienced something so terrifying. She tried to brush it off at first, then finally admitted that she'd had several experiences in that room as a child, but had been told they were just dreams. She genuinely thought they were just nightmares until Melissa and I had the exact same experience. My grandparents sold that house a few years later when they moved to a retirement community. I've often wondered if the new owners experienced anything in that room. Sometimes I think about driving by the old place, but I can't bring myself to do it. To this day, I sleep with the closet doors in my apartment shut and locked. I don't know what was in that room at my grandparents' house. I don't know if it was attached to the house, the land, or that closet specifically. But I know what I felt and what I saw, and I know my mother experienced the same thing decades earlier. What haunts me most isn't just the memory of those red eyes or the feeling of being trapped. It's wondering why, if my mother knew what lurked in that darkness, she ever let her children sleep there at all. Story 13. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. Growing up in the Philippines, I'd hear stories from my Lola about encantos and white ladies, but I always dismissed them as old folk tales meant to scare children into behaving. That changed in September of 2013. I'm still hesitant to share this because I know how it sounds, but I need to tell someone who might understand, because what happened that morning still gives me nightmares, and my daughter still refuses to sit alone in our living room. Back then, our morning routine was simple. I'd wake up first, around 5:30, prepare breakfast for my daughter Isabella, she was 7 at the time, and then head upstairs to shower while she ate and watched her morning cartoons in the lounge. It was efficient. I could get ready for work while she finished eating. Our house isn't huge, but it's comfortable, with the kitchen connected to the living room in an open floor plan and the stairs leading up to the bedrooms and bathroom. That particular morning seemed normal. The sun was already up, streaming through our windows. It was hot and humid, typical weather for September in our province. I remember making Isabella's favorite breakfast, pandesal with butter and hot chocolate. She was excited because she had a school presentation that day, something about planets. I helped her rehearse a bit while preparing breakfast, and then sent her to the living room with her food. "Ma, can I watch TV while eating?" she asked. It wasn't usually allowed, but she had been practicing her presentation all week and doing well in school. "Sige na, just this once," I told her, switching on the TV and finding her favorite cartoon channel. She sat on our brown fabric couch, the one facing the TV, with her plate on the coffee table. I headed upstairs to shower, leaving the bathroom door slightly open so I could hear her if she called. The shower was quick, maybe 5 minutes. I was washing the shampoo from my hair when I heard it. A scream. Not just any scream, the kind that makes your blood freeze. Isabella's voice, high-pitched and terrified. "Isabella," I called out, frantically rinsing my hair. "What's wrong?" No answer. "Isabella," I shouted louder, turning off the shower and grabbing my towel. "Answer me." Her voice came back small and shaking. "Ma, I'm scared." My heart pounded. "Come upstairs, Anak. What happened?" "I can't," she whispered, her voice breaking. I wrapped the towel around me, dripping water everywhere. "Why not? What's wrong? Are you hurt?" "There's someone here," she said, so quietly I almost didn't hear her. I froze. My first thought was an intruder. Had someone broken in? I didn't hear any doors or windows opening. My husband was away on business in Manila. We were alone. "Isabella, come upstairs right now," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just run up the stairs. I'm here." "I can't move, Ma," she whispered. I could hear her crying now. My mind was racing. Should I call the police? Run downstairs? What if someone was holding her hostage? But she had said she was scared, not that someone was threatening her. "Isabella, listen to me," I said firmly. "There's no one there. You're safe. Just come upstairs to me." I heard movement downstairs, but it wasn't the sound of footsteps coming toward the stairs. It sounded like she was moving around the living room. "I'm coming, Ma." she said, her voice still trembling. I waited at the top of the stairs, clutching my towel, heart hammering in my chest. When she finally appeared at the bottom of the stairs, I felt a rush of excitement and relief. Staircase. What I saw confused me. Instead of coming directly from the couch to the stairs, the shortest path, she had gone all the way around the center table, past the kitchen table, and approached the stairs from the side, taking the longest possible route. Her face was pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. She ran up the stairs and threw herself into my arms, shaking uncontrollably. What happened? Tell me what happened, I urged, holding her tight. But she just shook her head against my shoulder, unable or unwilling to speak. I carried her to my bedroom and sat her on the bed, quickly throwing on some clothes. When I tried again to ask what scared her, she just stared at the wall, tears still flowing. I went downstairs to check. The TV was still on, her half-eaten breakfast on the coffee table. Nothing seemed disturbed, no broken windows, no open doors. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. I checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. Isabella refused to go back downstairs. I had to call her school and say she was sick. She stayed in my bed all morning, barely speaking, jumping at every little sound. I stayed home from work, watching her, worried sick. It wasn't until that afternoon, after she'd finally fallen asleep for a few hours, that she seemed ready to talk. She woke up calmer but still clingy, not letting me out of her sight. "Can you tell me what happened now?" I asked gently, sitting beside her on the bed. She looked down at her hands. "You won't believe me." "I will, Anak, I promise." She took a deep breath. I was eating and watching TV, then the TV turned off by itself. "Maybe the plug came loose," I suggested. She shook her head. "That's what I thought too." So I leaned forward to check the plug behind the TV. Her voice got quieter. When I sat back up and turned around, there was someone sitting on the other end of the couch. A chill ran through me. "Who was it? Someone you know?" "No." Her eyes filled with tears again. It was like a witch, Ma, an old lady in a brown dress. But her face? She shuddered. Her nose was so long, longer than a person should be. And her eyes, they were looking right at me, but they weren't. They weren't right. I tried to stay calm, but my heart was racing again. "What do you mean, not right?" "They were too big and dark, and she wasn't blinking." Isabella was trembling again. She didn't say anything. She just stared at me and smiled. Her teeth were... She couldn't continue. "Did she try to touch you? Did she move?" I asked, trying to understand. "No, she just sat there. That's why I had to go around the long way to get to the stairs. I couldn't walk past her." Isabella looked up at me, desperate. "You believe me, right, Ma? I didn't make it up." The conviction in her eyes terrified me more than anything. My daughter wasn't one for tall tales or seeking attention. She was practical, like me. If she said she saw something, she believed she saw it. "I believe you saw something that scared you," I said carefully. "But there's no one in the house now. I checked everywhere." "She wasn't a real person," Isabella insisted. "She was something else." That night, Isabella refused to sleep in her own room. I didn't push it. We both slept in my bed with the lights on. I barely closed my eyes, listening to every creak and whisper in the house. The next morning I called my mother, who lived in the next town. Without telling Isabella, I explained what happened. My mother, who was always more superstitious than me, immediately offered to come over with a priest friend of hers. "Better safe than sorry," she said. I agreed, more to calm Isabella than anything else. They arrived that afternoon. The priest, Father Reyes, was kind and didn't make a big deal out of it. He blessed the house, sprinkled holy water in every room, paying special attention to the living room and the couch. My mother burned some herbs that were supposed to drive away evil spirits. Isabella watched everything with solemn eyes, staying close to me the whole time. After they left, Isabella seemed a little better, but she still wouldn't go into the living room alone. That night, after much coaxing, she agreed to try sleeping in her own room, with the door open and a new nightlight I'd bought her. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to her screaming again. I ran to her room to find her sitting up in bed, pointing at her closet. "She's in there," she shrieked. "The witch is in there." I flung open the closet doors, turned on all the lights, showed her there was nothing there, but she was inconsolable. We ended up in my bed again. The next day, I rearranged the furniture in the living room, getting rid of the couch entirely. I told Isabella it was because I wanted a change, but really, I couldn't stand seeing her eyes dart to that spot every time she walked past. We bought new throw pillows, new curtains, anything to make the space feel different. Slowly, things got better. Isabella started sleeping in her own room again after a few weeks. She stopped talking about the witch, though she still avoided being alone in the living room. My husband, when he returned from his business trip, thought we were both overreacting, but he didn't push the issue. It's been 10 years now. Isabella is 17, a bright, normal teenager who barely remembers that day, or at least that's what she says. But I notice she still takes the long way around when walking through our living room, and sometimes, when she thinks I'm not looking, I catch her glancing at that empty space where the couch used to be, as if checking if someone is sitting there. As for me, I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night thinking I hear the TV turning off by itself downstairs, and on those nights I lie perfectly still, eyes wide open, listening for footsteps that never come. I don't know what my daughter saw that day. I don't know if it was real or her imagination or something in between. But I know the fear was real, and sometimes in the quiet moments when I'm home alone, I find myself avoiding that spot too. Story 14. I've been debating whether to share this for years now. It happened 4 years ago, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My wife Jen and I were on vacation with my brother Mike and his girlfriend Sarah in the Florida Panhandle, Seaside to be exact. Beautiful place. White sand beaches, turquoise water, the works. It was our last night there. We'd spent the week swimming, eating seafood, and drinking those ridiculous beach cocktails with the tiny umbrellas. We decided to check out some souvenir shops before heading home the next morning. You know, grab some tacky t-shirts and shell necklaces to remember the trip by. Most places were closing up by 11, which surprised me for a touristy area. We'd just had dinner and were walking down the main strip when Mike spotted this shop still open. It was almost midnight by then. The shop had this cheap plastic banner that read "Souvenirs and More" in faded letters. The storefront was weirdly out of place among the other brightly colored beach shops. It was tucked between 2 closed restaurants, and I swear I hadn't noticed it earlier in the week. What caught my eye was this ornate goat head mounted above the door, not a real taxidermied one, but a metal sculpture. It had these spiraling horns and eyes that seemed to follow you. I remember joking to Jen, "Well, that's not creepy at all," but something about it made me uneasy. Mike was already heading inside, though, and Sarah followed him. Jen looked at me hesitantly, but we went in anyway. The bell above the door gave this deep, hollow chime when we entered. Not your typical cheerful jingle. The lighting inside was dim, just a few yellow bulbs casting shadows everywhere. The first section had the usual beach souvenirs: shirts, flip-flops, shot glasses. But they all looked cheaply made and dusty. Nobody had touched this stuff in ages. Further back, the store turned into something completely different. There were glass cases with tobacco pipes, bongs, and other adult novelty items that seemed out of place in a souvenir shop. The whole setup felt wrong, like they were trying to be 3 different stores at once. The clerk stood behind the counter, and I'll never forget what he looked like. Pale, not just white, but unnaturally pale, like he'd never seen the sun despite living in Florida. He wore all black, with this weird hat that wasn't quite a fedora, but similar. The hat cast a shadow over his eyes, and I couldn't really see them clearly. He nodded at us, but didn't say anything. Mike, always the curious one, wandered toward the back of the store, where there was a beaded curtain. He pushed through it, and the clerk didn't stop him, so we all followed. Behind the curtain was a small room filled with books, not beach reading. These were occult and witchcraft books, books about demons, spellcraft, ancient religions. Some had symbols on the covers I'd never seen before. Jen whispered, "Let's go." But Mike was already browsing. Sarah looked uncomfortable too, crossing her arms and staying near the beaded entrance. I remember thinking this was weird for a beach town souvenir shop, but not that unusual in the grand scheme of things. I mean, every tourist town has that one weird shop that sells crystals and tarot cards, right? Most of the books seemed like the kind of stuff you could find on Amazon. Basic Wicca guides, tarot instruction manuals, that sort of thing. But there was this one book sitting alone on a small table in the center of the room. It wasn't displayed with the others, and it looked old, not antique old, but worn, like it had been read many times. I won't say the exact title, not because I'm being dramatic, but because I've since tried searching for information about it online and found some disturbing things. Let's just say it had something to do with a type of blackbird, not a crow or raven, but something similar. The cover had these intricate symbols that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them. I know how that sounds, but I swear that's how it appeared. Mike picked it up, and I saw his expression change. He opened it and started flipping through the pages. I caught glimpses of diagrams, more symbols, and dense text. The pages looked yellowed and brittle. Mike showed me a page, and what I saw was disturbing. It described rituals involving blood and specific astronomical alignments. There were detailed instructions for communicating with entities that the book claimed existed between the folds of reality. One page had a drawing of something vaguely humanoid but with too many limbs and no face. That's when the clerk appeared behind us. None of us heard him approach. He just materialized there, standing too close to Mike's shoulder. Up close, I could see his eyes. They were pale blue, almost colorless, with pupils that seemed too small. "Interesting choice," he said, his voice surprisingly deep and smooth. "That's actually one of my personal works." Mike looked up, startled. "You wrote this?" The clerk smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Indeed, it's a rare find. Not many copies in circulation." He took the book from Mike's hands, his fingers unnaturally long and thin. "I could make you a special deal on it. It's not officially for sale, but for the right person. It can open some amazing doors." The way he said doors made my skin crawl. It wasn't what he said, but how he said it. Like he knew something we didn't, like he was letting us in on a secret that was simultaneously a warning. Sarah, who had been quiet this whole time, suddenly said, "We should go. It's getting late." Her voice had this urgency I'd never heard before. She's usually the most easygoing of all of us. The clerk kept his eyes on Mike. Thinking of taking a trip soon. This could be enlightening. That's when I felt genuinely afraid, because we hadn't mentioned anything about trips to this guy. We were literally on our way home tomorrow. How would he know? Mike handed the book back. "No thanks, man. Just browsing." The clerk took it, his fingers brushing against Mike's for a moment too long. "Perhaps another time then, when you're ready." We left quickly after that, mumbling about needing to pack for tomorrow. The bell made that hollow sound again as we exited, and I could feel the clerk watching us through the window as we hurried down the street. None of us spoke until we were back at our rental condo. "That was weird as hell," Mike finally said as we sat on the balcony. Sarah was visibly shaken, and Jen kept looking over her shoulder like she expected to see someone there. "Did anyone else notice his shadow?" Sarah asked quietly. We all looked at her. "What about it?" I asked. "It didn't move right. When he reached for the book, his shadow moved before he did." None of us had noticed that, but the fact that Sarah, the most rational person I know, would say something like that made it even more unsettling. We tried to laugh it off, blamed it on too many margaritas at dinner, and eventually went to bed. But I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that book, those symbols, and the clerk's colorless eyes. The next morning, we packed up and started the drive home. That's when things got even stranger. As we drove through different towns in the Florida Panhandle, I started noticing that same goat head symbol. It was above the door of a coffee shop in Destin. It was on a billboard for a local radio station near Panama City. It was even stamped on a manhole cover at a gas station where we stopped for snacks. Am I going crazy, or is that the same symbol from the shop? I asked Mike when we saw it on the side of a church, of all places. He nodded slowly. I've been seeing it too. Thought I was imagining things. When we got home, curiosity got the better of me. I searched online for information about the book. To my surprise, I found it listed on Amazon, one copy available, seller location, Seaside, Florida. The price was ridiculous, $800, and there were no reviews or product details. Just that single copy, waiting for someone to buy it. A week later, I checked again, and the listing was gone, completely vanished. I tried searching for the author's name, for keywords from the title, everything. Nothing came up. I called Mike and told him he'd been having nightmares since our trip, dreams where he was reading that book and the words were crawling off the pages like insects, burrowing under his skin. He said he'd wake up feeling like someone was in the room with him, standing in the corner, watching. Sarah broke up with him 2 months later. She wouldn't say exactly why, but Mike told me she'd been acting strange since our trip, constantly checking over her shoulder, refusing to go out after dark. She moved to Colorado, and as far as I know, she hasn't been back to Florida since. Jen and I are still together, but we've never returned to the Panhandle. We vacation in the Keys now when we want a Florida beach trip. It's farther, but it feels safer somehow. 4 years have passed, and we still talk about that night sometimes. Mike swears the clerk knew things about us he couldn't possibly have known. He says sometimes he sees that goat head symbol in random places, on a stranger's tattoo, in the pattern of a wrought iron fence, in the arrangement of branches against the sky. I tried to find that shop again via Google Maps, but there's nothing there, just the 2 restaurants with no space between them, like the shop never existed. The strangest part? Last year, Mike called me at 3 in the morning, his voice shaking. He'd received a package in the mail. No return address, no shipping label, just a small brown box on his doorstep. Inside was a business card with that goat head symbol and a handwritten note, "When you're ready." There was no book, no other message, just those 3 words. I still don't know what to make of it all. Sometimes I think it was just a weird shop owner trying to scare tourists, maybe drumming up some local mystery to get people talking. But then I remember those symbols, the way they seemed to move when you weren't looking directly at them, and the clerk's eyes, those pale, empty eyes. Whatever that book was about, whatever that shop was selling, I'm glad we walked away. Some doors are better left closed. Story 15. I still remember the day we moved to Vail like it was yesterday, even though I was only 8 years old at the time. My dad got transferred from his job in Charlotte to this tiny speck on the map in Oregon called Vail. I didn't want to leave North Carolina, my friends, my school, my normal life. I had no idea that normal was about to become something I desperately wish for again. The first day at Vail Elementary started like any other first day at a new school. Butterflies in my stomach, clutching my lunchbox too tight, my mom fussing over my hair and telling me to just be yourself and you'll make friends in no time. My older brother Jake kept telling me to stop being such a baby about it. He was already in 6th grade and thought he was so grown up. I remember walking through those front doors and immediately feeling wrong, like the air was heavier somehow, like something was pressing against my skin. I chalked it up to nerves. My new teacher, Mrs. Peterson, introduced me to the class. I kept my eyes down, shy with all those stares focused on me. It wasn't until I was walking to my assigned desk that I saw him, the first one. A man with horrible burns covering half his face, his hospital gown singed and blackened, standing in the corner of the classroom. He was just watching us, not doing anything, just observing. I froze in place. Why wasn't anyone screaming? Why wasn't Mrs. Peterson calling for help? The burned man turned his head toward me, and I realized with a sickening jolt that he was looking directly at me, not through me, at me. "Emma, is everything all right?" Mrs. Peterson's voice snapped me back. "Your desk is right over here, sweetie." I looked back at the corner, and the burned man was still there, still staring. I forced myself to walk to my desk, my legs feeling like jelly. Throughout that first day, I saw more of them. A woman with her hair burned away wandering the hallway. An elderly man with charred hands sitting in an empty chair in the cafeteria. A young nurse whose uniform was blackened on one side, standing by the water fountain. All of them with burns, all of them looking lost. And none of my classmates, none of the teachers, none of the other kids seemed to notice them at all. I thought I was losing my mind. On the ride home, Jake kept talking about his new friends and how cool the science lab was. Mom asked me how my day went, and I just mumbled fine, because what was I supposed to say? That I was seeing burned people all over school? That would go over well. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw their burned faces. When I finally did drift off, I dreamed of fire and screaming. The next day was the same. More burned people wandering the halls. During recess, while other kids played kickball, I sat alone on a bench and watched a burned woman walk straight through the brick wall of the school building. That's when I knew for certain. These weren't people. They were something else. After a week of this, I was a wreck. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't eating much. My mom started asking if I was being bullied. Jake told me I was being weird, weirder than usual. I couldn't focus in class because there was always at least one of them somewhere in the room distracting me with their silent, burned presence. One afternoon in the third week, I was in the school library looking for a book for a reading assignment. The library was my favorite place because there were rarely any burned people there. The librarian, Mrs. Finch, was this older lady with silver-rimmed glasses who always seemed to know exactly which book you needed. "Having trouble finding something, Emma?" she asked, coming around the desk. I was standing in the fiction section, staring blankly at titles. "No, I'm just looking." Mrs. Finch studied me for a moment. "You know, you remind me of my niece, always looking like she's seeing something no one else can see." My head snapped up. "What do you mean?" She gave me a gentle smile. "Nothing, dear, just an observation. You seem distracted lately. Is everything okay at home? New schools can be tough." Something about her kind eyes made me want to tell her everything, but I held back. "Mrs. Finch, do you know, was there something else here before the school was built?" Her eyebrows shot up. "My, that's an interesting question. As a matter of fact, yes. This land used to be the site of Vale Community Hospital. Small place, only about 30 beds, closed down in the late 70s after a terrible fire in the late 70s, after a terrible fire in the East Wing. Killed several patients and a couple of staff members. They rebuilt the hospital across town and eventually tore down what was left of the old building. The elementary school was built here about 5 years later." She tilted her head. "Why do you ask?" My blood ran cold. A hospital, a fire, burn victims. It all made terrible sense now. "Just curious," I managed to say. "My dad likes local history." That night, I sat at dinner pushing peas around my plate while Mom and Dad talked about work and Jake complained about homework. In my head, I was piecing it all together. Those weren't random burned people I was seeing. They were ghosts, ghosts of the people who died in that hospital fire, and for some reason, I could see them when no one else could. The realization didn't make things better. If anything, it made it worse. Because now I knew they were real. They weren't hallucinations or figments of my imagination. They were actual spirits of dead people, trapped somehow in the place where they died. For the next month, I developed a system. I learned which hallways had the most ghost activity and avoided them when possible. I kept my eyes down a lot. I never ever looked into corners or empty spaces where they might be standing. I learned that they were most active during quiet times, silent reading, tests, assemblies, and I learned that if I pretended hard enough that I couldn't see them, eventually I could almost convince myself it was true. Almost. Then came the day everything changed. It was just before Christmas break, during a math test. I was concentrating hard on a division problem when I felt that familiar cold sensation that told me one of them was nearby. Without thinking, I glanced up. He was standing right beside Mrs. Peterson's desk, a man, probably in his 40s, with the worst burns I'd seen yet. His entire left side was charred black, his hospital gown melted into his skin in places. But it wasn't his appearance that made my pencil drop from my suddenly numb fingers. It was his eyes. Unlike the other ghosts who always seemed confused or lost, his eyes were alert, aware, and he was looking directly at me. When our eyes met, his widened in surprise. Then, slowly, his burned mouth stretched into what might have been a smile. I looked back down at my test, my heart hammering so hard I thought everyone must hear it. When I dared to peek up again a minute later, he was gone. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, until the next day. He was waiting for me in the hallway when I arrived. As I walked to class, he followed me, those alert eyes never leaving my face. At recess, he stood by the fence watching me. In the cafeteria, he hovered right behind me as I ate my sandwich, so close I could almost feel the phantom heat of his burned body. Unlike the other ghosts who drifted aimlessly, this one had purpose. He was following me, watching me, and I was the only one who knew. After Christmas break, things escalated. On the first day back, I found my desk had been moved slightly out of alignment with the others. No one seemed to notice but me. The next day, my pencil rolled off my desk during silent reading, but instead of falling to the floor, it rolled upward, defying gravity before dropping. The day after that, my lunch bag was unzipped when I got to the cafeteria, though I distinctly remembered closing it. Small things, things no one else would notice, but I knew who was responsible. The burned man was trying to communicate with me. Then came the screaming. It started as whispers, my name, called softly from empty corners of rooms. Emma, Emma Thompson. But soon it escalated to shouting. I'd be in the middle of a lesson and suddenly hear, "Emma!" bellowed directly in my ear, making me jump and yelp, earning confused looks from classmates and concerned ones from teachers. By late January, I was a complete wreck. I was failing tests because I couldn't concentrate. I'd lost weight. I had dark circles under my eyes from lack of sleep. My parents took me to a doctor who said I was just having trouble adjusting to the move and prescribed a multivitamin. Jake had stopped teasing me and started avoiding me altogether, like my weirdness might be contagious. My classmates whispered about me when they thought I couldn't hear. Even Mrs. Peterson seemed at a loss for how to help me. One night, desperate and terrified of going back to school the next day, I did something I hadn't done in a long time. I prayed. Not the routine bedtime prayers my mom had taught me, but real, desperate begging. I pleaded for help, for protection, for someone to make the burned man leave me alone. I didn't expect an answer, but the next morning at school, something was different. The burned man was waiting for me by my classroom door as usual, but he wasn't alone. Standing between us was another figure, a young man in an old-fashioned military uniform. He had a kind face but determined eyes, and he was positioned like he was guarding me. The burned man looked furious. He tried to move around the soldier, but the soldier moved too, keeping himself between us. I walked into class, and for the first time in months, the burned man didn't follow me. Throughout the day, I noticed the soldier ghost everywhere, always positioned between me and the burned man, always watchful, always protective. That night I had a memory, or maybe it was a dream, of when I was 5 years old back in North Carolina. I'd gotten lost in a department store and was crying, terrified. A kind man in an old uniform had appeared and led me back to my frantic mother. No one else had seen him. I'd forgotten about it until now. Wyatt, that was his name. Somehow, I just knew it. With Wyatt's protection, things slowly improved. The burned man still watched me, still followed me, but he couldn't get close anymore. The other ghosts seemed to avoid me too, giving me a wide berth in the hallways. For the first time since moving to Vale, I could breathe easier. But the damage to my reputation was already done. I was that weird girl who jumped at nothing, who talked to herself, who stared into empty space. No one wanted to sit with me at lunch or be my partner in gym class. Teachers spoke to me in that careful way adults use with troubled children. One day in spring, I slipped up. Wyatt was standing near my desk and I whispered thank you to him without thinking. The girl next to me heard and told everyone I was talking to my imaginary friend. By the end of the day, the whole school knew. Jake was furious when he found out. "Why can't you just be normal?" he hissed on the bus ride home. "Do you know what they're saying about you, about our family? They think you're a total freak." I wanted to tell him everything. About the hospital fire, about the ghosts, about the burned man, about Wyatt. But the words stuck in my throat. He wouldn't believe me anyway, so I endured. Year after year, I went to that school built on the ashes of tragedy. I learned to control my reactions better. I stopped visibly responding to the ghosts, even though I still saw them every day. Wyatt remained my constant companion, my invisible guardian. The burned man never gave up. He was always there, always watching, always waiting for Wyatt to slip up, for me to be vulnerable. But he never got close enough to do whatever it was he wanted to do. My school years in Vale were lonely. I was always the outsider, the weird girl, the one with no friends. But I survived, and in a strange way, I'm grateful for the experience. It taught me that there's more to this world than what most people see. It taught me that sometimes help comes from unexpected places, and it taught me that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. To this day, I don't know who the burned man was, or why he fixated on me. I don't know why I can see the ghosts when others can't, and I don't know who Wyatt really is, or why he chose to protect me. All I know is that I'm not crazy. What I experienced was real, and sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I still catch glimpses of Wyatt standing guard in the corner of my room, making sure I'm safe from whatever lurks in the shadows of Vale. Story 16. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night in Elena's house in Porto Seguro. It's been 2 years, but I remember every detail like it was yesterday. I'm not the type of guy who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. At least I wasn't before. Elena and I had been dating for about 8 months when this happened. Her mom was away for the weekend visiting her sister in Salvador, so we decided I'd stay over. It wasn't the first time I'd slept at her place, but I never liked staying there. There was something about that house that always made me feel watched. Every time I stayed over, I'd hear these weird noises at night. Elena always brushed it off as just an old house settling or probably the neighbors. But these weren't normal house sounds. They were deliberate, like someone was moving around. That night started like any other. We had dinner, watched some Netflix, and went to bed around 12:30. Elena fell asleep almost immediately. She could sleep through a hurricane, but I was wide awake, staring at the ceiling. Her bedroom was at the end of a hallway, with the kitchen and living room on the opposite side of the house. At first, everything was quiet. I was scrolling through my phone, trying to get sleepy. Then it started. I heard a glass being placed in the sink, not dropped or knocked over, deliberately placed. The sound was unmistakable, that hollow clink of glass against metal. I froze, thinking maybe Elena's mom had come home early. I checked the time. 1:15 a.m. I nudged Elena. "Hey, did your mom say she was coming back tonight?" She mumbled something incoherent and rolled over, definitely still asleep. I sat up in bed, straining to hear. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I'd imagined it. Then came the clicking sounds. Rhythmic, mechanical clicking, like someone flipping a light switch on and off repeatedly. Click, click, click. It wasn't loud, but in the silence of the night, it might as well have been a gunshot. The sounds were coming from the kitchen, or maybe the living room, somewhere on the other side of the house. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the refrigerator. Maybe the air conditioning was acting up. But deep down, I knew better. Those sounds weren't mechanical or random. They had a pattern, a deliberateness that made my skin crawl. I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight, thinking maybe I should check it out. But as soon as I had that thought, the clicking stopped. Complete silence followed, and somehow that was worse, like whatever was making the noise knew I was listening and decided to wait. I laid back down, my heart pounding in my chest. Elena was still sound asleep beside me, completely oblivious. I envied her in that moment. I checked the time again, 1:45 a.m. I'd been listening to those strange sounds for half an hour. Just as I was starting to think maybe I was overreacting, I heard it. 3 loud, distinct knocks. Knock, knock, knock. They weren't on the bedroom door. They seemed to come from the hallway wall or maybe the kitchen. They were spaced out, deliberate, like someone wanting to announce their presence. My blood ran cold. Those weren't random house noises. That was someone or something making its presence known. I sat up again, heart racing. I considered waking Elena, but didn't want to scare her. Plus, part of me was afraid that acknowledging whatever was happening would make it worse, like giving it power or permission to do more. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe it was a neighbor. Maybe someone was at the wrong house. But at almost 2 in the morning, and they wouldn't knock on the wall, they'd knock on the front door. I decided to listen for a while longer. The house fell silent again, that heavy, waiting kind of silence. I checked my phone. 2:10 a.m. I was starting to think maybe I could try to sleep when I heard footsteps, not the creaking of floorboards or the settling of a house, actual footsteps moving across the living room floor. Slow, measured steps, like someone walking heel to toe very deliberately. That was it. I had to wake Elena. "Elena," I whispered, shaking her shoulder. "Elena, wake up." She groaned and opened her eyes slightly. "What? What time is it?" "It's after 2. Listen, I think we need to leave." She blinked at me, confused. "Leave? Why?" I didn't want to tell her the truth. I didn't want to say, "Because I think there's something in your house." I was afraid saying it out loud would somehow make whatever was happening more real, more dangerous. I don't feel well. I think I need to go home." She sat up, looking concerned. "Are you sick? What's wrong?" As she spoke, there was another sound, like someone dragging something across the kitchen counter. Elena didn't seem to hear it, but I saw her bedroom door move slightly, as if from a draft. There were no windows open. "Please," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can we just go to my place? I really don't want to stay here tonight." She looked at me for a long moment, and I could tell she knew something was off, but instead of pushing, she nodded. "Okay, let me get dressed." As she got up to get her clothes, I heard another distinct knock, this time closer, like it was coming from just outside her bedroom door. I nearly jumped out of my skin, but tried to act normal as I quickly put on my jeans and grabbed my car keys. Elena was moving slowly, sleepily gathering her things. "Can you at least tell me what's going on?" she asked. "When we're in the car," I promised. "Let's just hurry, okay?" As she was putting on her shoes, there was a loud crash from the kitchen, like something had been knocked over. Elena's head snapped up. "What was that?" she asked, suddenly alert. "I don't know," I said, even though I had a pretty good idea. "Let's just go." I grabbed her hand and practically pulled her toward the front door. We had to pass through the living room and kitchen to get out. The lights were off, but I could see enough from the street lights coming through the windows. Nothing looked disturbed, no glasses broken, nothing knocked over. But the air felt thick, heavy, like walking through water. As we reached the front door, I fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking. I could feel something watching us from the darkness behind us. I didn't dare look back. We finally got outside, and I rushed us to my car parked on the street. Only when we were both inside with the doors locked did I start to breathe normally again. Elena was staring at me, worried. "Gabriel, what is going on? You're scaring me." I started the car and pulled away from her house before answering. In the rearview mirror, I could swear I saw a shadow move past one of the windows. "I've been hearing things in your house," I finally admitted. "Not just tonight, but every time I stay over. Tonight was the worst, though. There were sounds coming from the kitchen like someone was in there. Glasses clinking, footsteps, knocking sounds." Elena's face went pale. "Knocking sounds?" I nodded, glancing at her. "You heard them too?" She hesitated. "Not from the kitchen." but I've been hearing something hitting my window at night. I thought it was just branches or the wind, but there aren't any trees near my window." We drove in silence for a few minutes, both processing. It was nearly 3 in the morning by the time we reached my apartment. Once inside, Eleanor seemed to relax a little. She curled up on my bed, and I could tell she was exhausted. "Do you think someone broke in?" she asked quietly. I shook my head. Nothing was disturbed, and we would have seen someone. This was different. She fell asleep shortly after, but I stayed awake, replaying everything in my mind. Those knocks, those footsteps, they weren't random. They were communications. Someone or something wanted us to know it was there. A few days later, Elena mentioned what had happened to one of her neighbors, an older woman who had lived in the area for decades. The woman got a strange look on her face and asked where exactly Elena's house was located. When Elena told her, the woman nodded knowingly. "That land has history," she said. "Before they built those houses, there was an incident there in the 70s. A violent incident. People don't like to talk about it." She wouldn't elaborate, but Elena did some digging and found out that the land her house was built on had once been the site of an old building where a murder-suicide had taken place. A man had killed his business partner and then himself after some kind of dispute. Even more disturbing, Elena discovered that the previous tenants of her house had all moved out within a year of moving in. Some complained about disturbances and feeling unwelcome in their own home. We never stayed another night in that house. Elena started spending more time at my place, and within 2 months, we found an apartment together on the other side of town. Her mom sold the house shortly after, never having experienced anything strange herself. To this day, I don't know what was in that house that night. I don't know why it seemed to become more active when I was there, or what it wanted from us. All I know is that sometimes places hold on to things, memories, energies, or something we don't have a name for, and sometimes those things want to be acknowledged. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now, but I do believe that there are things we can't explain, things that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. And that night in Porto Seguro, something from that space reached out and made itself known to me. I just count myself lucky that all it seemed to want was to be heard. Story 17. I still can't explain what happened to me in Cades Cove 3 months ago. I've tried talking to friends about it, but they all think I'm being dramatic or making it up. That's why I'm posting here. I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. My younger sister Emma had been going through a really rough patch since her breakup in January. I'm talking crying herself to sleep every night kind of rough. As her big sister, I felt helpless watching her spiral, so I suggested we take a weekend trip somewhere to clear her head. We both grew up in eastern Tennessee, and I remembered how the mountains always made me feel better when life got overwhelming. Some good old mountain therapy, as our dad used to call it. So in mid-February, we packed up my Honda and drove to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, specifically to Cades Cove. If you've never been, it's this beautiful valley surrounded by mountains with a one-way loop road that takes you past all these preserved pioneer structures from the 1800s. Cabins, churches, old barns, all sitting there frozen in time. The place is gorgeous, especially in winter when there aren't too many tourists around. Emma seemed to perk up almost immediately after we arrived. The weather was perfect that day, crisp and cold but sunny, with that clean mountain air that somehow feels different from regular air. We started driving the loop, stopping at every historical building along the way. Emma's a history major, so she was reading all the informational plaques out loud and telling me random facts about pioneer life that I probably would have found boring from anyone else. I should mention that I've always had this weird thing with old places. Since I was a kid, I've been drawn to locations with a past. Cemeteries, abandoned buildings, places where significant events happened. My parents used to joke that I had an old soul. In college, I got really into visiting supposedly haunted locations, not because I was looking for a cheap scare, but because I felt connected to them somehow, like I could sense the layers of time and experience. I don't usually tell people this because it sounds either pretentious or crazy, depending on who you're talking to. Anyway, We'd been driving for about an hour, stopping at various sites along the loop when we came to this old white two-story house. According to the sign, it had served as both a home and a store in the late 1800s. Emma was excited to explore it, so we parked and went inside. The interior was sparse, just some period furniture and displays showing what life would have been like for the family that lived there. It felt peaceful, if a bit melancholy, the way most historic places do. After exploring the house, Emma wanted to check out the property behind it. There was a small path leading from the back door towards some outbuildings and eventually into the woods. We walked past a smokehouse and what looked like a storage shed, and then I saw it, a weathered wooden barn standing about 50 yards from the main house. It wasn't particularly remarkable. Just an old barn with faded red paint peeling off in strips, a sagging roof, and wide double doors that were partially open. Emma was a few steps ahead of me, pointing out something about the construction of the smokehouse, but I had stopped walking. Something about that barn caught my attention. I felt drawn to it, but not in the usual curious way I feel about historic places. This was different, uncomfortable. As I stood there staring at the barn, a sensation began to build in my chest. At first, it was just a slight pressure, like the feeling you get when you know you've forgotten something important but can't remember what. Within seconds, though, it intensified dramatically. My heart started racing, and I felt this overwhelming sense of dread wash over me, the kind of pure animal fear that bypasses all rational thought. My chest tightened so much I could barely breathe. My hands started trembling, and sweat broke out across my forehead despite the cold February air. But the worst part wasn't the physical reaction. It was the emotions that came with it. Absolute terror, the certainty that something horrible was about to happen, the desperate need to run, to hide, to escape. But here's the thing that still freaks me out when I think about it. These emotions didn't feel like mine. I know how that sounds, but I swear it's true. It was like someone else's fear had been injected directly into my body. I wasn't afraid of the barn. I was experiencing someone else's fear of the barn, or something that had happened there. I must have made some kind of noise because Emma turned around and immediately looked concerned. "Meg, what's wrong?" she asked, walking back to me. I couldn't answer her right away. My mouth had gone completely dry, and I felt like if I opened it, I might scream. "We need to go," I finally managed to whisper. "Please, let's just go." Emma looked confused, but bless her, didn't argue. She put her arm around my shoulders and started guiding me back toward the main house. "Are you feeling sick? Do you need water?" she kept asking, but I just shook my head and focused on putting one foot in front of the other. The strangest part was that with each step away from the barn, the feelings began to fade. By the time we reached the car, about 200 yards away, the terror had subsided completely. My breathing returned to normal, and the oppressive weight lifted from my chest. I felt almost normal again, except for the residual shock of what had just happened. "What the hell was that about?" Emma asked once we were sitting in the car. I took a deep breath, trying to make sense of it myself. "I don't know," I admitted. When I looked at that barn, I just got this overwhelming feeling of terror. Like something awful happened there, and somehow I was feeling it too. Emma frowned, glancing back toward the property. "Do you want to leave? We can head back to the hotel if you're not feeling well." But I didn't want to ruin our day, especially since Emma had been enjoying herself so much. And now that we were away from the barn, I felt completely fine again. Physically, at least. Mentally, I was still trying to process what had happened. "No, let's keep going," I said. "I feel better now. It was just weird." So we continued around the loop, stopping at more historical sites, including 2 old churches with adjacent cemeteries, several pioneer cabins, and even a working grist mill. At each place, I braced myself for another episode, but nothing happened. I felt perfectly normal exploring the dark attics of cabins, walking among old gravestones, and peering into root cellars. Just my usual interest in historical places, with none of the overwhelming terror I'd experienced at the barn. That's what makes this whole thing so bizarre to me. If I were prone to panic attacks or had some kind of anxiety disorder, wouldn't it have happened at other places too? Especially somewhere objectively creepier, like the overgrown cemetery we visited later that afternoon? But no, it was just that one specific barn that triggered whatever that was. We finished the loop around 4 in the afternoon and headed back to our hotel in Townsend. Emma kept asking if I was sure I was okay, and physically I was, but mentally I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying those moments in my mind, trying to understand what I'd experienced. It wasn't just fear I'd felt, it was a specific kind of fear. The terror of someone being hunted, of knowing something terrible was coming and having nowhere to hide. I've never experienced anything like that in my own life, yet somehow I knew exactly what that felt like now. The next morning, I suggested we go hiking instead of returning to Cades Cove, and Emma agreed. We had a nice day exploring some trails, and by the time we drove home Sunday evening, I'd almost convinced myself that I'd just had some weird one-off panic attack at the barn. But over the past 3 months, I've found myself thinking about that barn more and more. I've started having dreams about it, not nightmares where I'm experiencing that same terror, but dreams where I'm just standing in front of it, waiting, like there's something I need to know or do there. Sometimes in the dreams, someone is calling my name from inside the barn, but I always wake up before I can see who it is. I've tried researching the history of that specific property, but there's not much information available beyond the basics of who owned it and when it was built. Nothing that would explain the intense emotions I felt there. What keeps bothering me is the sense that those feelings weren't random. They didn't feel like a panic attack or an emotional response coming from within me. They felt like they were being projected onto me, like something or someone near that barn was somehow sharing their experience with me, making me feel what they once felt. And now, 3 months later, I feel like I'm being called back there, not in a creepy, supernatural way, though I guess it kind of is, but more like there's unfinished business, like whatever connected with me that day wasn't trying to scare me. It was trying to communicate something important, and I ran away before getting the message. I've booked a room at the same hotel for next weekend. Emma thinks I'm crazy for wanting to go back, and maybe I am, but I need to understand what happened to me there. I need to know why, out of all the people who visit that barn every day, whatever is there chose to reach out to me and what it's trying to tell me. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? A place that made you feel emotions that didn't seem like your own? Am I just working myself up over what was probably just a random panic attack, or should I be worried about going back there? I keep telling myself I'm just going to satisfy my curiosity, but the truth is, I'm terrified of feeling that fear again, yet somehow even more terrified of never understanding where it came from. Story 18. I can't tell anyone else this. I've tried. And they either think I'm trying to get attention or they look at me with pity like they think I need therapy. But I know what I see. I know it's real. I just wish sometimes it wasn't. We moved to Nyssa when I was 12. My mom married Jeff 2 years after Dad died, and he got a job teaching music there. Mom thought moving would be a fresh start for all of us. I hated leaving my friends behind, but my brothers Jake and Tyler were excited about the new house, except it wasn't really a house, it was an old school building, built sometime in the 1920s that the town had closed down in the 70s when they built a new school. Some developer had converted the first and second floors into 3 separate residences. We got the middle one, which took up half of the first floor and a quarter of the second. I knew something was wrong the minute we pulled into the parking lot. The building was this massive brick structure with tall windows and those wide concrete stairs leading up to double doors. It looked exactly like what it was, an old school that someone had tried to turn into something else. But that's not what bothered me. It was the people I could see moving around inside, visible through those big windows, wearing clothes that didn't look right. Are there other families here already? I asked Mom as we got out of the car. She shook her head. No, sweetie. The other units are empty right now. The realtor said we'd be the first residents in this section. I didn't argue, but I could clearly see a girl about my age in a pleated skirt and what looked like a school uniform from another era staring out one of the second-floor windows directly at me. When I blinked, she was gone. The first week was the worst. I'd turn corners and find people in the hallways, students carrying books, teachers with armfuls of papers. They never seemed to notice me, walking right past like I was the one who wasn't there. I started counting them, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. By the end of that first week, I'd spotted 23 different spirits. That's what they had to be. Ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them. I'd never seen anything like this before. My bedroom had been a classroom once. You could still see marks on the floor where desks had been bolted down, and the walls had that institutional cream color that no amount of repainting seemed to cover completely. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find a class in session around me, transparent students at invisible desks, a ghostly teacher writing on a chalkboard that wasn't there anymore. They never made a sound. They'd just be there, going through the motions of a school day that had ended decades ago. I tried telling Mom about it once when I found her in the kitchen. "There are people here," I said quietly. "I can see them. They're from different times, like the school is still going on, but in layers." She just smoothed my hair and told me it was my imagination working overtime because of the move and the unusual living space. "Your father used to have an active imagination too," she said, which just made me mad because she was using Dad to dismiss me. The worst part was that I couldn't escape them. At our old house, I could go to my room or the backyard and be alone. Here, they were everywhere. Even the bathroom wasn't safe. Once, while brushing my teeth, I looked in the mirror and saw a janitor from what looked like the 1960s mopping the floor behind me. He looked up, and for a split second, I thought he could see me too. It made my skin crawl. My brothers didn't notice anything unusual, which just made me feel more isolated. Jake and Tyler were 16 and 17, both in the school band, and Jeff let them practice in our living room, which had once been part of the school's music room. That's where I saw the most disturbing spirits. It was about 3 weeks after we moved in. Jake's friends had come over with their instruments, 2 guys with guitars, one with a drum set, and a girl who played keyboard. They were setting up when I noticed them, additional band members that nobody else could see. There was a boy about 18 holding a trumpet, his right arm ending in a mangled mess just below the elbow. Another boy stood by the window with what looked like a saxophone, but half his face and neck were covered in horrific burn scars, the skin puckered and shiny even in his transparent state. A girl in a 1970s-style dress sat cross-legged on the floor, softly fingering a flute, blood matting her hair on one side of her head. I couldn't look away. When my brother's band started playing, these ghostly musicians joined in, their fingers moving over instruments, mouths opening in silent song. The burned boy swayed to the music, his eyes closed in concentration. The girl with the head wound tapped her foot in perfect time with the drummer. "What are you staring at, Sophie?" Tyler asked during a break, following my gaze to the empty space where I could see the trumpet player. "Nothing," I mumbled. "Just spaced out." Later that month, the high school held a concert where Jake and Tyler performed. Mom insisted we all go to support them. The auditorium was packed, and I was squeezed between Mom and Jeff in uncomfortable folding chairs. As the band played, I watched in horror as spirits gathered around the stage, drawn to the music like moths to a flame. They hovered around my brothers, leaning in close, their transparent hands sometimes passing through the instruments, as if trying to feel the vibrations. One elderly man in clothes from what looked like the 1930s stood directly behind Jake, conducting along with the music teacher. A young woman in a poodle skirt twirled slowly beside the drummer. By the end of the concert, there were more dead people on that stage than living ones, and I felt like I was going to throw up from the anxiety of seeing them all and not being able to tell anyone. The morning after the concert, I woke up to find a little boy, maybe 6 or 7, playing hide and seek in my room. He was nearly transparent, dressed in short pants and a button-up shirt that looked like something from old photographs. He would cover his eyes, count silently, then look around expectantly, his face falling when he found no one. Then he'd start again. For 3 hours, I watched him repeat this cycle, trapped in a moment of childhood that would never progress or end. I learned to live with most of them. The classroom full of students from the 50s that materialized during dinner. The stern-looking principal who paced the upstairs hallway every afternoon at precisely 3:15. The lunch ladies in hairnets who stood in our kitchen at odd hours. They became almost like background noise, unsettling but predictable, until parent-teacher night at my new school. We all had to go, Mom, Jeff, Jake, Tyler, and me. The conference was scheduled for 6:30, but we arrived early because Jeff wanted to talk to the band director. While my parents and brothers headed to the music room, I wandered into an empty classroom to wait, except it wasn't empty. A small boy, different from the one in my bedroom, was there. He was playing by himself, jumping from desk to desk in a game that seemed to have rules only he understood. When he noticed me, he stopped and stared. His eyes were hollow, his skin so transparent I could see the chalkboard through him. He smiled, not a friendly smile, but something desperate and lonely, then beckoned for me to join his game. I backed out of the room quickly, my heart pounding. This one had seen me, this one had reacted to me, and somehow that was so much worse than being ignored. I found my family and stuck close to them for the rest of the evening. On our way out, we had to climb the main staircase to the second floor to pick up some paperwork from the office. That's when I saw it. The worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Hanging from the landing above us was the body of a man. He was suspended by a rope, slowly turning, his face purple and bloated, eyes bulging. His suit looked modern, not historical like most of the others I'd seen. As we climbed the stairs, we would walk right through him. I screamed. I couldn't help it. I grabbed Mom's arm and tried to pull her back down the stairs. "Don't go up there. There's someone. He's hanging. Please, don't go up there." Mom looked mortified. "Sophie, what has gotten into you?" Jeff tried to calm me down, but I was hysterical, pointing and crying. Teachers and other parents stopped to stare. Finally, Jeff took me out to the car while Mom and my brothers continued with the conference. Sitting in the parking lot, I tried to calm my breathing. Jeff didn't ask questions, just turned on the radio and waited patiently. That's when I noticed something that chilled me more than anything before. Families were leaving the school, heading to their cars, normal, living families. But some of them had extras, transparent figures walking alongside them, participating in conversations that the living members couldn't hear. A woman in modern clothes with a bullet hole in her temple walked hand in hand with a little girl who looked right through her. A teenage boy in a Letterman jacket with a crushed skull followed his parents to their SUV, trying to get their attention. These weren't historical figures from the school's past. These were recent deaths, family members who didn't know they were dead or couldn't let go. They were still trying to be part of their families' lives, trapped in routines they couldn't break. I realized then that what I was seeing wasn't limited to the school building we lived in. It was everywhere. Death was happening all around us, and what came after didn't always mean moving on. Some people stayed, invisible to everyone but me. That night, I cried myself to sleep. Mom thought I was upset about making a scene at school, but how could I explain what I'd really seen? That I was seeing the hanged man's feet dangling from my bedroom ceiling because my room was directly below that stairwell landing. That even now I could hear the soft creak of rope. It's been 3 years. We still live in that converted school building. I've learned to live with my unwanted ability. Sometimes I even help people without them knowing, like when Mrs. Abernathy from the grocery store was being followed by her husband, who had died of a heart attack. He kept trying to tell her something, pointing to their garage. I casually mentioned to Mrs. Abernathy that I'd seen smoke coming from her garage the other day. She had it checked out and found faulty wiring that could have caused a fire. I don't tell people what I can do. I don't try to convince my family anymore, but I know what I see is real. The spirits are all around us. Some from long ago, some from yesterday, going through the motions of lives they can't let go of. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder what happens when it's my turn. Will I move on, or will I be trapped here too, invisible to everyone except some scared kid who just wants to be normal? Story 19. I've never told anyone about this before. Even as I type this out, my hands are shaking a bit. I've been carrying this around for 20 years now, and I think it's time I finally share it with someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I was 8 years old when I first saw her. It was a Saturday morning in October, and I remember it was unusually cold for that time of year. I woke up earlier than usual, maybe around 6 in the morning. You know that feeling when you just suddenly wake up and you're completely alert? That's what happened. My eyes just opened, and I was instantly awake, and she was there, standing next to my bed. A little girl, maybe my age or a bit older, with skin so pale it almost glowed in the dim light of my bedroom. Her hair was jet black, hanging straight down past her shoulders, and she wore this black dress with these weird red details along the edges, like someone had drawn along the hem and cuffs with a red marker. The weirdest part, I wasn't scared, not even startled. It was like seeing someone you've known your whole life. She just stood there watching me, not smiling, not frowning, just observing. After a few minutes, or maybe it was just seconds, I can't really tell, I blinked and she was gone. I remember sitting up in bed and looking around my room, wondering if I'd dreamed it, but I knew I hadn't. I was wide awake. I didn't tell my parents or my little brother. Even at that age, I somehow knew they wouldn't believe me or would just tell me it was a dream. The second time I saw her was about 3 months later, in January. I remember because it was right after my birthday. I couldn't sleep that night. My dad and mom had been arguing earlier, and even though they tried to keep their voices down, I could hear them, something about money problems. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I felt this change in the air. It's hard to describe, but it was like the temperature dropped suddenly. I looked toward my bedroom door, which I always kept cracked open with the hallway light on. I was afraid of the dark back then, and there she was again, standing at the foot of my bed, blocking the light from the living room, just watching me with those dark, empty eyes, still wearing that black dress with the red trim. Again, I wasn't scared. It felt like she was there to keep me company, maybe? I don't know. I just remember watching her until my eyes got heavy and I fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, she was gone. But my parents told us over breakfast that we'd be moving to my aunt's house for a while because Dad had lost his job. I remember making the connection instantly. She had appeared the night before something bad happened. Almost a year passed before I saw her again. We were living in our own place again by then, a smaller house in the same town. Dad had found another job, but things were still tense at home. I was having trouble sleeping again that night. It was a habit I was developing, unfortunately. I was lying in bed, listening to the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen, when I felt that familiar shift in the air. I sat up and looked toward my door. She wasn't there, but when I glanced toward the hallway, I could see her standing in the doorway between the kitchen and living room. This time, she looked different. She looked sad, and she wasn't alone. Beside her stood this tall, pitch-black figure. Not just dark-skinned or wearing dark clothes, I mean completely black, like a shadow come to life. It was shaped like a man, and it wore what looked like a cowboy hat. The girl was holding its hand, or whatever passed for a hand on that thing. For the first time, I felt uneasy. Not terrified, but definitely uncomfortable. The girl and the shadow figure stood there for what seemed like an eternity, just watching me. Then they both turned and walked into the kitchen, disappearing from my view. I laid back down, and for some reason I still can't explain, I started crying. Not sobbing or anything dramatic, just quiet tears rolling down my face until I fell asleep. The next morning, my aunt came over really early. I heard her talking to my mom in hushed tones in the kitchen. Then my mom called my brother and me into the living room, She sat us down and told us that our father had died in a car accident late last night. He'd been driving back from a late shift at his new job. The weird thing, neither my brother nor I seemed surprised. When I looked at him, I could tell he somehow already knew. I didn't ask him if he'd seen the girl too. I was afraid of the answer either way. As the years went by, I started noticing a pattern. The girl in the black dress would appear before something bad happened. Not just deaths, though there were more of those, like my grandmother and later my uncle, but other negative events too. She appeared the night before my brother broke his arm falling off his bike. She was there standing in the corner of my room the evening before our house nearly caught fire from faulty wiring. One time she showed up at school just standing in the hallway staring at me, and that afternoon my best friend told me she was moving away. The shadow man didn't appear with her again for a long time. Not until I was 16. By then I'd almost gotten used to her appearances. Almost. You never really get used to something like that, but I'd learned to accept that she was some kind of warning system in my life. A harbinger, an omen. I was studying late one night for a big exam when the temperature dropped. I looked up from my textbook, and there she was, standing in my bedroom doorway, and behind her, towering over her small frame, was the shadow man with the cowboy hat. My heart started pounding immediately. The shadow man only appeared when someone was going to die. I'd figured that out by then. I spent the whole night awake, terrified, wondering who it would be this time. My mom, my brother, another relative. The next day, my childhood dog was hit by a car. He died instantly, they said. I was devastated, of course, but also confused. The shadow man had appeared for my dog. It seemed disproportionate somehow. It wasn't until 2 days later that we got the call about my mum's sister, my favorite aunt, the one who'd been there the morning we found out about Dad being diagnosed with aggressive cancer. She died 3 months later. The girl in the black dress became a constant in my life. Sometimes she'd appear frequently, 3 or 4 times in a month. Other times she'd disappear for months at a time, giving me false hope that maybe she was gone for good. But she always came back. Always before something bad happened. As I got older, I started to notice more details about her. Her dress never changed, but sometimes it looked more worn, more faded. Her hair was always the same length, always hanging straight down, framing her pale face. And her eyes, God, her eyes. They were dark, so dark, but not empty like I first thought. They were sad, incredibly, deeply sad. When I moved out for college, I hoped maybe she'd stay behind. She didn't. She found me in my dorm room the night before my roommate attempted suicide. She was there standing in the shower stall when I was washing my hair the morning before I failed an important exam that cost me my scholarship. Small things, big things. She predicted them all. The shadow man appeared less frequently, but his visits were always significant. He was there the night before my brother's car accident that left him in a coma for 2 weeks. He appeared when my grandfather, who had raised me after Dad died, had his fatal heart attack. I tried researching what she might be. A ghost, a spirit guide, some kind of psychic projection. Nothing I found seemed to fit exactly. I even tried talking to her once when I was 21, just speaking out loud to her when she appeared in my apartment living room. She didn't respond, just stared at me with those sad eyes until she faded away. I'm 28 now, and she's still with me. My own personal warning system that I never asked for and can't seem to get rid of. The last time I saw her was 3 days ago. I was getting ready for bed, brushing my teeth, when I caught her reflection in the bathroom mirror, standing behind me, watching. Always watching, and the shadow man was with her. I turned around, my heart racing, but they were already gone. I've been on edge ever since, waiting for the bad news. Who is it going to be this time? My mom, who's getting older and has been having health problems. My brother, who drives too fast on his motorcycle. My girlfriend, who I've been planning to propose to. The waiting is almost worse than the actual bad news. At least when the news comes, the dread has somewhere to go. It becomes real, solid, something I can process. But the waiting, the wondering, it's unbearable. I check my phone constantly. I jump every time it rings. I've been calling my family members daily just to make sure they're okay. They think I'm being paranoid. They have no idea. What bothers me most isn't the girl herself. It's that I don't know why me. Why am I the one who gets these warnings? What am I supposed to do with them? I can't stop any of the bad things from happening. I've tried. The warnings come too late, too close to the events themselves. Is she trying to help me, prepare me, or is she somehow causing these things to happen? Is she malevolent or benevolent? I still don't know, even after all these years. All I know is that right now, I'm sitting here typing this out, and I can feel the temperature starting to drop in my apartment. I don't want to look up from my screen. I don't want to see her standing there, maybe with the shadow man beside her. I don't want to know what's coming, but I can feel her. She's here, watching me, waiting for me to acknowledge her presence. I have to look up now. God help me, I have to look up. Story 20. I've never told anyone this story outside my immediate family, and even they think I'm overreacting. But I know what I felt and what I saw, and nothing will convince me to step foot in that forest again. I grew up in a small town about 20 miles from Ravenholm. Most people have never heard of it, just a dot on the map with more trees than people. I've always loved nature, spending my weekends hiking through the forests around our area. I'm not someone who scares easily. I've camped alone plenty of times, encountered wildlife, gotten lost once or twice, but nothing ever bothered me. In fact, I always felt more at peace in the woods than anywhere else. That changed last October. There's this small patch of forest near Ravenholm that locals just call the Strip because it's so narrow, maybe 2.5 kilometers long and only about 500 meters wide. It sits on a gentle slope leading down to the lake, and it's so thin you can actually see through to the water on the other side when the leaves are down. I'd driven past it dozens of times but never bothered to explore it because, honestly, it didn't seem worth the effort. There are much more impressive forests nearby. I was working on a photography project, documenting local landscapes through the seasons, and I figured this little forest strip might make for some interesting shots with the lake as a backdrop. It was a Tuesday evening, around 6 o'clock. The sun was starting to set, creating that golden hour light photographers love. I parked my car at a small pullout on the road and grabbed my camera bag and tripod. The moment I stepped between the first few trees, something felt wrong. It was subtle at first, a heaviness in the air, like the pressure change before a storm. I brushed it off, thinking maybe bad weather was moving in, though the sky had been clear. About 50 meters in, the feeling intensified. It's hard to describe exactly, but it felt like I was being watched, not by one pair of eyes, but by hundreds. I kept turning around, expecting to see someone behind me, but there was never anyone there, just trees and more trees. I even checked up in the branches a few times, thinking maybe there were birds or squirrels, but I couldn't spot anything. I've been in forests my whole life. I know the normal sounds and feelings of woodland, the peaceful rustle of leaves, the occasional snap of twigs from small animals, the distant calls of birds. But this place was different. It wasn't peaceful. It was waiting. That's the only word I can think of that fits. The whole forest felt like it was holding its breath, watching me, waiting for something. I nearly turned back then, but I told myself I was being ridiculous. It's just a small patch of trees, for God's sake. I could literally see the lake through the trunks ahead of me. What could possibly happen in a forest so small you can see through it? So I pressed on, following a faint trail down the slope. The light was getting dimmer as the sun sank lower, and I wanted to get my shots before it was too dark. I found a small clearing about halfway through the strip where I could set up my tripod and get a good view of the trees with the lake in the background. As I was adjusting my camera settings, the feeling of being watched became so intense, I actually felt a physical pressure on the back of my neck. I spun around, heart racing, but again saw nothing but trees. The forest had also gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, no rustling leaves, despite the light breeze I could see moving the treetops. That's when I noticed the first light. At first, I thought it was just a reflection on my camera lens, or maybe headlights from a car on the distant road. But when I looked up, I saw it clearly. A small ball of light, maybe the size of a tennis ball, floating about 7 meters off the ground between two tall pine trees. It wasn't bright enough to illuminate anything around it, just a soft, yellowish glow hovering motionless in the air. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me, but when I looked again, not only was the light still there, but I could see another one further back in the trees, and then another and another. Within moments, I counted at least 15 of these lights scattered throughout the forest, all hovering at roughly the same height, between 7 and 10 meters off the ground. Some were smaller, like golf balls, while others were larger, maybe the size of basketballs. They seemed to pulse slightly, growing marginally brighter and then dimmer in an irregular pattern. My first thought was bioluminescent insects or some kind of strange fungal spores, but I knew that made no sense. These lights were too large, too bright, and moving in ways that defied natural explanation. They floated smoothly between the trees, occasionally stopping and hovering in place before continuing on their path. Some moved in straight lines, while others seemed to circle around specific trees. None of them came close to me, staying at least 20 meters away at all times. I raised my camera with shaking hands and tried to take a photo, but the autofocus couldn't lock onto the lights. I switched to manual focus, but by then, the lights had started to move more actively, weaving in and out between the trees at impossible heights. There was nothing for them to rest on, no branches or structures at that height. They were simply floating in midair. That's when the whispering started. It wasn't actual words, at least not in any language I could understand. It was more like the sound of multiple voices murmuring just below the threshold of comprehension. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, surrounding me completely. I kept spinning around, trying to locate the source, but it was impossible. The sound moved with the lights, growing louder when they came closer and fading as they drifted away. The feeling of being watched had now transformed into something far worse. The absolute certainty that I was being hunted, the oppressive weight of malevolence pressed down on me from all sides. Whatever was in this forest, whatever these lights were, they meant me harm. I didn't know how I knew this, but the conviction was bone deep and unshakable. I abandoned my tripod and camera and ran. I didn't care about my equipment anymore. I just needed to get out. I sprinted back the way I came, stumbling over roots and branches in my panic. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, and the lights seemed to be moving faster now, circling around me, but always maintaining that same distance, close enough to observe, but just far enough that I couldn't make out any details beyond their glow. The forest that had seemed so small from the outside now felt endless. I ran and ran, but the trees kept stretching before me. I should have reached the edge within minutes, but somehow the forest kept going. I was gasping for breath, my lungs burning, when I realized with horror that I was running parallel to the edge rather than toward it. Somehow, without noticing I'd changed direction, I stopped, trying to orient myself. The lake should be downhill, the road uphill. I just needed to pick one and go straight. I chose uphill, toward the road, and forced myself to walk carefully in what I believed was a straight line, ignoring the lights that now flanked me on both sides, moving alongside me like an escort. The whispering had changed tone. It sounded eager, anticipatory, as if whatever was producing it was excited by my fear. I tried to block it out, focusing only on putting one foot in front of the other, moving steadily uphill. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 15 minutes, I saw the thinning of trees that indicated the forest edge. Relief flooded through me, giving me a burst of energy to pick up my pace. The lights seemed to sense my imminent escape and began moving more erratically, darting back and forth between the trees. The whispering grew louder, almost frantic. I broke through the tree line and nearly cried with relief when I saw my car parked where I'd left it. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the lock. As I finally wrenched the door open, I glanced back at the forest one last time. The lights had stopped at the very edge of the trees. They hovered there, pulsing more rapidly now, as if agitated. There were more of them than before, perhaps 30 or 40 spread out along the forest boundary. They seemed to be watching me, and though they had no visible features, no eyes or faces, I could feel their anger and frustration at losing their prey. I jumped into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine with trembling hands. As I pulled away, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the lights following me out onto the road. But they remained at the forest edge, gradually fading from view as I drove away. I went back the next day in broad daylight to retrieve my expensive camera equipment. I brought my brother with me, not wanting to go alone. The forest seemed perfectly normal in the daylight, just a narrow strip of trees on a hillside. We found my tripod and camera right where I'd left them. My brother thought I was crazy, said I must have gotten spooked by some fireflies or reflections off the lake, but I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know what I felt. That overwhelming sense of malevolence, of being watched by countless unseen entities that wished me harm, that wasn't my imagination. The forest wanted something from me. The lights were just its most visible manifestation. I've researched similar phenomena since then. Some people suggest they might be ball lightning or some other atmospheric electrical phenomenon. Others point to marsh gas or methane creating natural illumination. But none of these explanations account for the intelligence behind the movements, the way the lights seem to respond to my presence and actions, or the whispers that accompanied them. I drive the long way around now, adding 20 minutes to my commute just to avoid passing that forest. I've never gone back, and I never will. Some places in this world aren't meant for humans to enter. That narrow strip of woodland near Ravenholm is one of them. It may look ordinary from the outside, just a small patch of trees you can see right through, but something ancient and malevolent lives there, watching and waiting for unwary visitors to step into its domain. The lights are just how it hunts. Story 21. I still can't believe what happened to me 3 years ago. I've never been the kind of person to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. My parents raised me to be practical, to look for logical explanations. But what I experienced that night in our Shanghai apartment has stayed with me ever since. I was 14 at the time, in my second year of middle school. Our family had just moved into this older apartment building in the Jing'an district. It wasn't fancy or anything, just a typical 5-story walk-up with 2 apartments on each floor. The building was probably from the 80s, with that slightly worn-down feel. Our unit had 3 bedrooms, one for my parents, one for me, and one for my grandma when she visited. That night, I had stayed up late studying for a math exam. It was exam season, and the pressure was intense. I remember drinking too much water while studying, 3 full glasses, because my mom always said staying hydrated helps your brain work better. I finally crawled into bed around midnight, exhausted. I woke up suddenly, that horrible feeling when your bladder is so full it actually hurts. The digital clock on my nightstand showed 3 o'clock exactly. 3 a.m., I remember thinking how weird that was, because usually when you wake up, it's like 2:47 or 3:12 or something, not exactly on the hour. Our apartment layout was kind of annoying. My bedroom was upstairs, but the only bathroom was downstairs, past the kitchen. I was so tired, literally half asleep, and just wanted to pee and get back to bed. I didn't even put on my slippers, just stumbled out in my pajamas, feeling along the wall in the dark. I didn't turn on any lights because I didn't want to wake up fully. You know that feeling when you're trying to stay half asleep so you can go right back to bed? That was me. Plus, I knew the layout well enough by then to navigate in the dark. The staircase had this faint light coming from the kitchen nightlight, just enough to see the steps. When I got downstairs, I shuffled past the living room and through the kitchen to reach the bathroom. The bathroom door was closed, which was normal. I pushed it open, still barely awake, my eyes half closed. That's when I saw him. There was a young boy squatting next to the toilet, not sitting on it, but crouched down beside it, like kids sometimes do when they're playing. He had short black hair and wore dark clothes, a black shirt and pants. I couldn't see his face clearly because he was looking down at something on the floor. I was so groggy that my first reaction wasn't fear, it was embarrassment. I felt like I had walked in on someone using the bathroom, so I automatically mumbled, "Duibuki, sorry," and started to close the door. I had already turned around and taken 2 steps back toward the stairs when my brain finally processed what I had seen. Wait, there's no boy in our home. It was just me and my parents. We didn't have visitors. There was no possible explanation for a child to be in our bathroom at 3 in the morning. That realization hit me like cold water. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I froze for a second, then ran up the stairs as fast as I could, not caring about the noise. I slammed my bedroom door, jumped into bed, and pulled the covers over my head like a little kid. I lay there shaking, my bladder completely forgotten. What had I just seen? It couldn't be real. Maybe I was still half asleep and had imagined it. But it had looked so solid, so real, not like a dream at all. I kept thinking about that boy crouching there in the dark. He hadn't moved when I opened the door, hadn't looked up at me, just stayed in that position, as if he was focused on something else entirely, something on the bathroom floor that I couldn't see. I don't know how long I stayed under those covers, but eventually my need to pee became impossible to ignore. I was terrified to go back downstairs, but I also couldn't stay in bed any longer. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The bright light made me feel a little braver. Clutching my phone, I crept back downstairs, heart still racing. This time I turned on every light switch I passed. When I reached the bathroom door, I hesitated. What if he was still there? What if he looked up at me this time? I took a deep breath and pushed the door open quickly, shining my phone light inside. The bathroom was empty. Relief flooded through me, but I still felt uneasy. I kept the door wide open while I used the toilet, my eyes darting around the small space. I washed my hands as fast as possible and practically ran back upstairs to my room. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just lay there, replaying what had happened. Had I really seen a ghost, or was it just my sleepy brain playing tricks on me? The next morning, I was exhausted. My mom noticed my dark circles at breakfast and asked if I was feeling sick. I almost told her what happened, but stopped myself. My parents are super practical people. My dad's an engineer and my mom's an accountant. They would just say I had a vivid dream or that my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark, but I knew what I saw, or at least I thought I did. That day at school, I could barely focus. During lunch break, I told my best friend May about what happened. Unlike my parents, May is totally into ghost stories and supernatural stuff. Her eyes got huge when I described the boy. "Don't you know about the 3 a.m. thing?" she asked, leaning forward. "It's called the Devil's Hour. That's when the boundary between our world and the spirit world is thinnest." I rolled my eyes, but inside I felt a chill. I had heard about that before, but always dismissed it as superstition. "What did he look like again?" May asked. I described the black hair, the dark clothes, the crouching position. "You said you apologized to him?" When I nodded, she looked relieved. "That's good. You showed respect. Ghosts don't usually hurt people who respect them." That wasn't exactly comforting. When I got home that afternoon, I found myself avoiding the bathroom. I used the one at school before leaving and tried to hold it until dinner time when my parents would be home. I didn't want to be alone in the apartment with whatever I had seen. That night at dinner, I casually asked my parents about the previous tenants of our apartment. "Why do you want to know?" my mom asked, giving me a curious look. I shrugged, trying to seem casual. "Just wondering about the history of the place." My dad put down his chopsticks. "We bought it from an elderly couple. They lived here for almost 20 years before moving to be closer to their son in Suzhou." "Did they have any children or grandchildren?" I asked, my heart beating faster. My mom shook her head. "No children. That's why they were selling. No one to leave it to, and the stairs were getting difficult for them." "Oh," I said, disappointed. "Did anyone ever, die here?" My parents exchanged looks. "Lynn, what's going on?" my mom asked. "Why these questions?" "Nothing," I said quickly. "Just curious." My dad frowned. Has May been telling you ghost stories again? You know those are just made up to scare people. I know, I mumbled, focusing on my food. Later, I did some research online about the history of our building. It was built in 1984, fairly new by Shanghai standards. I couldn't find any records of accidents or deaths. But then again, that kind of information isn't easily available. That night, I made sure to use the bathroom right before bed and placed a water bottle beside me so I wouldn't have to go downstairs in the middle of the night. But despite my precautions, I woke up at, you guessed it, exactly 3 a.m. Not because I needed the bathroom this time, but because I heard a sound. It was faint, coming from downstairs, a soft tapping, rhythmic and persistent. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I lay frozen in bed, straining to hear. It definitely wasn't just the pipes or the building settling. It sounded deliberate, like someone tapping their fingers on a surface. The logical part of my brain said it could be anything, maybe the refrigerator making weird noises or something outside. But after what I'd seen the night before, I couldn't help thinking it might be him, the boy in the bathroom. I pulled the covers tighter around me, trying to block out the sound. But it continued, tap, 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 as if calling to me. After what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and crept to my bedroom door. Opening it just a crack, I listened. The tapping was clearer now, definitely coming from downstairs. I don't know what made me brave enough, or stupid enough, to investigate. Maybe it was the need to prove to myself that there was a normal explanation. I tiptoed down the stairs, my phone light illuminating the way. The tapping led me to the kitchen. As I approached, it stopped suddenly. The silence felt even more unnerving than the sound had been. My flashlight beam swept across the kitchen. Everything looked normal. The refrigerator humming quietly, dishes drying on the rack, my mom's plants on the windowsill. Nothing out of place. Then my light caught something moving near the bathroom door. Just a quick shadow, there and gone so fast I might have imagined it. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my throat. Should I check the bathroom? The thought made my stomach clench with fear. But I needed to know. Slowly, I approached the bathroom door. It was closed, just like the night before. My hand shook as I reached for the handle. I counted to 3 in my head, then pushed it open quickly, shining my light inside. Empty. Just like I'd found it the previous night. I exhaled shakily, feeling both relieved and somehow disappointed. Part of me had wanted confirmation that I wasn't going crazy, that what I'd seen was real. As I turned to leave, my light caught something on the floor next to the toilet, exactly where the boy had been crouching, a small puddle of water. Not from a leak or splash from the sink, just a perfect little circle of water, as if someone had spilled a small cup. I backed out of the bathroom, closed the door, and hurried upstairs. Back in my room, I huddled under my blankets until morning came. 3 years have passed since then. We still live in the same apartment, and I've never seen the boy again. But sometimes, when I use the bathroom late at night, I feel like I'm not alone. And occasionally, I'll find that small puddle of water next to the toilet, with no explanation for how it got there. I've researched local legends, old news articles, anything that might explain what I saw. But I've found nothing concrete, just stories about water ghosts, spirits of those who drowned and are forever seeking to quench their thirst. I don't know if what I saw that night was real or just my sleep-deprived brain playing tricks on me, but I still say duibuki, sorry, whenever I enter the bathroom at night, just in case he's there, crouched beside the toilet, invisible to my waking eyes. Story 22. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened last August while I was working as a nuisance wildlife trapper with my buddy Scott near Tampa. We're both in our mid-20s. I'm 25, Scott's 26, and we've been doing this job for a couple years. Nothing prepared us for what we experienced. It was one of those brutal Florida August evenings where the air is so thick with humidity you can practically drink it, the kind where your shirt sticks to your back the second you step outside. We'd been called to this small wildlife park to monitor a youth fishing pond for otters that had been stealing fish. Pretty routine stuff. The park itself isn't very big, maybe 40 acres with some trails winding through scrubby pine and palmetto. It's the kind of place locals know about but tourists never visit. There's this small pond near the entrance where they hold fishing events for kids, and that's where we were set up. We arrived around 7 in the evening when the park was closing. The ranger let us in and told us to lock the gate when we left. The plan was simple: hang out, see if the otters showed up, figure out how many we were dealing with, then set humane traps the next day. So we're sitting in these folding camp chairs about 30 feet from the pond's edge. We had a small cooler with some beers and sandwiches, just waiting as the sun started to set. It was still ungodly hot. Had to be 90 degrees even as it was getting dark. The mosquitoes were eating us alive despite the bug spray. Around 8:30, I noticed someone walking along the path that circles the pond. At first, I didn't think much of it. Figured maybe a park employee we hadn't seen or some local who knew how to get in after hours. But then I realized this person was wearing a hoodie, a thick dark hoodie with the hood pulled up. Who the hell wears a hoodie in this heat? I remember asking Scott. He squinted in the direction I was looking and nodded, probably some teenager being edgy. The figure was about 50 yards away, walking slowly along the path. Something felt off immediately. The way they moved was, I don't know how to describe it exactly, not quite right, like they were gliding almost, but not in a smooth way, in a jerky, unnatural way. I stood up thinking maybe we should identify ourselves since we were technically supposed to be the only ones there. The person changed direction and started walking toward us. "Hey," I called out. "Park's closed." No response. They just kept coming. Scott stood up next to me. "Probably can't hear you," he said, but I could tell he was getting uncomfortable too. As the figure got closer, maybe 30 yards away now, I realized I couldn't see their face inside the hood. At first, I thought it was just the shadows, but even as they came closer, there was just darkness where a face should be. "Scott," I said quietly, "do you see their face?" "What?" he asked, not understanding what I meant. The figure kept approaching and my heart started racing. I felt this cold sweat break out all over my body despite the heat. There was something deeply wrong here. When they got within about 15 yards, I realized I could see the trees through parts of them, like they weren't fully solid. I blinked hard, thinking it must be the beer or the heat playing tricks on me. "Hello?" I called again, my voice shaking a little. The figure stopped, just standing there, hood still up, about 10 yards away now. Scott grabbed my arm. "Dude, I don't like this," he whispered. Then the figure started moving again, coming straight toward us. When they got about 6 feet away, I could see clearly there was no face inside that hood, just empty blackness, and that's when it happened. The figure began to fade, not like walking away, but literally becoming transparent until they just disappeared, right in front of me. I stumbled backward, knocking over my chair. "Did you see that?" I gasped. Scott looked confused. "See what? Where did they go?" That's when I realized Scott had been looking away at the exact moment the figure vanished. He'd been checking something in our gear bag and missed it. They just disappeared, like faded away into nothing, I told him, my voice barely working. Scott looked at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about? They must have just turned around." "No," I insisted. "They were right here and then just gone. And there was no face, Scott. I couldn't see a face in the hood." Scott walked over to where the figure had been standing. "There's nothing here, man. No footprints even." He was right. The ground was dry and hard-packed, but still, there should have been something. I was shaking. I've never experienced anything like that feeling. This primal fear mixed with complete confusion. Scott could tell I wasn't making this up, and that scared him more than if I'd been joking. "Let's pack up," he said. "We can come back tomorrow in daylight." I didn't argue. We grabbed our stuff and practically ran to the truck. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole way, convinced someone or something was watching us. That night, I barely slept. I kept seeing that faceless hood in my mind, replaying the way the figure just faded out of existence. The next morning, Scott called the park manager to ask about any recent incidents. I could only hear Scott's side of the conversation, but his face went white during the call. When he hung up, he just stared at me. "What?" I asked. The manager said there was a suicide in the park 3 weeks ago. A young man, early 20s, apparently had mental health issues. He hung himself from a tree near that pond. My stomach dropped. Did he say anything else about him? Scott nodded slowly. Yeah. The guy was known for always wearing hoodies, even in the heat. His parents said it was because of his anxiety. He felt safer with the hood up. I felt physically sick. We debated whether to go back at all, but our professional reputation was on the line. We decided to return that night, but with backup. Our friend Colby agreed to come along. He's this big guy, former military, not scared of anything. We also brought cameras, partly to document the otters if they showed up, partly to have evidence if we saw whatever I saw again. We arrived around the same time, just after the park closed. The ranger gave us a weird look when we showed up with a third person and extra equipment but didn't ask questions. The first couple of hours were uneventful. No otters, no hooded figures. Colby clearly thought we were overreacting, though he didn't say it outright. Around 10:30, we decided to walk one of the trails that loops around the back of the pond. Scott thought maybe the otters had a den somewhere along there. The trail was narrow, with dense vegetation on both sides. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, but just barely. The night was cloudy, no moonlight at all. We'd gone maybe a quarter mile when Colby suddenly stopped. "What's that?" he asked, pointing his flashlight ahead. About 30 yards down the trail was something that made my blood run cold. A solid black figure, completely featureless, except for 2 glowing red points where eyes should be. It wasn't wearing clothes that I could distinguish. It was just a black silhouette, darker than the night around it, standing perfectly still in the middle of the path. "That's not what I saw yesterday," I whispered. "That's something else." Scott was already backing up. "We need to go now." But Colby, being Colby, took a step forward and called out, "Hey, who's there?" The figure didn't move or respond. "I'm going to check it out," Colby said, and before we could stop him, he started walking toward it. As Colby approached, the figure seemed to grow. Not move, not stand up straighter, but actually increase in size, getting taller and wider. "Colby, stop," Scott hissed. Colby froze about 15 yards from the thing. "What the hell?" he muttered, finally sounding scared. I don't know what possessed me, but I stepped forward too, raising my camera. I needed proof of what we were seeing. As soon as I moved, the figure's head snapped in my direction. The red eyes fixed on me, and then its face changed. The blackness of its head suddenly became a bright, glowing white, with a mouth that opened impossibly wide. Wider than any human mouth could ever open, and then it charged us. I've never run so fast in my life. We all scattered, bolting back down the trail toward the parking lot. I could hear something crashing through the vegetation behind us, branches snapping. Scott, who was ahead of me, suddenly spun around and threw our camera toward the thing. I don't know why he did that, panic I guess, or some instinct to distract it. What happened next still doesn't make sense. When the camera hit the ground near the entity, it seemed to pulse with light, like electricity arcing around it. There was this weird sound, like static, mixed with a low growl. We didn't stop to investigate. We sprinted all the way to the truck, piled in, and Scott peeled out of there, tires spinning on gravel. It wasn't until we were miles away that we realized Colby was bleeding from scratches on his arms. He swore something had grabbed him, though he hadn't seen what. Also, I was barefoot. My flip-flops had come off during the run, and I hadn't even noticed. We never went back. We called the park the next day and made up some excuse about equipment failure. They hired someone else to deal with the otter problem. It's been almost 3 months now, and I still have nightmares about those red eyes and that gaping white mouth. Scott refuses to talk about it. Colby claims it must have been some kind of prank, though he can't explain the scratches or what we all clearly saw. I've researched local legends and ghost stories, but found nothing that matches our experience. My flip-flops are still out there somewhere on that trail, along with the camera Scott threw. Sometimes I think about going back in broad daylight to retrieve them, but then I remember that thing charging us, and I know I never will. I don't know what we encountered that night. All I know is that it was real. All 3 of us saw it, and I've never been so terrified in my life. I used to be skeptical about supernatural stuff, but now I'm not sure of anything anymore.